Mr. Ravenel escorted her through a room crowded with plaster models, into another, dominated by the aforementioned billiards table. Selling their paintings is how artists survived paint once more. He spoke simply, but there was no mistaking the genuine emotion in his voice. And the world gets something wonderful. Lucy didn't entirely see the wonder in some of the pictures in front of her, but the wonder on John Ravenel's face was real enough. I don't have the talent myself, but I have talent enough to recognize it. Getting to see this, he said, gesturing around the room, the partially dried canvases on their easels, the paintings on the walls, humbles me. The idea that I might do something, anything, to promote this kind of talent. It's like getting to shake Michelangelo's hand. Lucy cocked her head. I thought your gallery sold your father's pictures. My father's pictures started the business, but this... John Ravenel waved a hand at the paintings on the walls. This is the future. If I held on to my father's paintings, I'd be running a museum, not a gallery. There's a place for that, but it's not my place. It's not what I want to do. It's not what I want my legacy to be. Then Lucy rested a hand on the green baize of the billiards table. The felt was springy beneath her fingers, virtually unworn. I thought you were here to search for your father's past. John Ravenel lifted a billiard ball, turned it between his fingers. Light winked off the surface. Do I want to know where I came from? Yes. But that doesn't impact who I want to be. My past, that's the work of other people. What I do, that's up to me. Setting the ball down, he looked sheepishly at Lucy. My apologies, Miss Young. I promised you art, and instead I'd go bearing my soul. No, said Lucy, slowly. No. You've given me just what I needed. She had thought of the future once, when she'd fought her grandmother and taken that secretarial course, when she'd won the job at Sterling Bates and forged her way into Manhattan, feeling like a pioneer, like an explorer, every morning as she rode the train in from Brooklyn, swaying from the overhead strap, evading the pinches of men who thought that working girls were fair game. It had been exhilarating, exciting. And her father had been so proud when she had graduated from high school. And then her father had died. She hadn't realized how much his quiet presence had bolstered her, how much just knowing he was there had mattered to her until he was gone. After the funeral, the barber had brought back his shaving mug, caked with the remnants of the soap that smelled like her father's chin, his name in gold on white porcelain. Lucy, who had remained straight-backed through the funeral, found herself brought low by the smell of that soap. She had managed to murmur the right words to the barber, her fingers clutched tight around the mug, the paint with her father's name already chipping and flaking, faded in parts. She had clung to that mug like a child with a doll, smelling that smell, wanting her father badly, so very badly. She could close her eyes and smell the soap and imagine him there, her quiet, loving father, the blonde hair grizzled with gray, the blue eyes a little dimmer since her mother's death, but still always her father, her port in a storm. And that was when her grandmother had uttered those hateful words. Did you think he was really your father? She had spoken in German, as she always did at home, partly, Lucy always suspected, as a means of excluding Lucy's mother. Did you think he was really your father? And with that one spiteful phrase, her world had collapsed in on itself. She had lost her father. She had lost herself. Lucy spoke hesitantly. I've been chasing the past. When my father died, she licked her dry lips. Well, he might not have been my father. I've been trying to find out what I can about the man who might have been my father. It sounded so garbled, put like that, so silly. She couldn't believe she was blurting it out to a virtual stranger. The fact of her illegitimacy, her confusion. But John Ravenel didn't recoil or look at her with disgust. Instead, he took her gloved hand in his and gave it a squeeze. "You poor kid," he said softly. Lucy managed a crooked smile. "I'm 26. I'll be 27 in November." "Even so. When it comes to our parents, we're all still children, aren't we?" His voice was so warm, so understanding. His hand on hers so comforting. Lucy let herself lean into him, into the support he offered. His hand tightened on hers. "It knocked me sideways when I found out that my father had a life before Cuba. I'd always heard the stories about Cuba, and I'd never thought to ask about what came before. Then he died, and a friend of his gave me—" Lucy tilted her head up at him. "Gave you what?" "A picture of a woman. Not my mother. It was just a miniature, but the fact that he'd kept it secret, well, that said something." "My mother was in love with someone before my father." The words came out before Lucy thought about them. She felt the color rising in her cheeks and gave an uncomfortable laugh. "Obviously. I'm here, aren't I?" "Whoever he was," John Ravenel squeezed both her hands in his. "He was a very lucky man to have had you as a daughter." "If I can ever find him." Harry Pratt had disappeared off the map so many years ago. Dead? Missing. And if I do find him? What if he doesn't want me? John Ravenel didn't make light of her fears. People make new lives for themselves. Look at my father, with a new name. If he doesn't want a daughter appearing out of nowhere, then it's to do with him, not you. Never you. Lucy looked up at him through a haze of tears that made the lights in the chandelier jump and dance. "Would you claim me?" "If you were mine, I would never have let you go." His hands were on her shoulders now. Her head tilted toward his. Dimly, Lucy realized that they weren't talking about fathers and daughters anymore, and that they were smack in the middle of the billiards room of the Whitney studio. With a jerky movement, she stepped away, lifted her gloved hands to her damp cheeks. "If you succeed in finding your father's people," she said in a muffled voice, "what will you do?" John Ravenel shook his head, as if to clear it. "I don't know. I thought once that I wanted to wave my father's achievements in their face, show them what they'd lost. Now, I'm not sure I even need to see them. I just want to know who they are, who my father was, just to know." It sounded so wise, but there was something about it that rang false to Lucy. You can tell yourself that, but it's never just knowing, is it? Everything you know changes you, and you can't go back. His face clouded. "No, you can't. I'd thought, after the war, but when I came back..." With an attempt at levity, he said, "Who made you so wise, Miss Young?" "The School of Hard Knocks." The moment of intimacy was over. Lucy rubbed her gloved knuckles beneath her eyes, striving to match his tone. "You must think I'm very silly. Talk about bearing your soul." "No," said Mr. Ravenel, lightly, stepping back away from her. "I think you argue like an attorney. There's no judge in the world could stand up against you." He had begun moving, strolling toward the door, as though they were two sightseers at a museum. Lucy fell into step beside him, groping after her lost poise. "I'd like to see that," she said, "a woman attorney." "Why not? I met a woman doctor when I was serving overseas." Mr. Ravenel glanced down at her. She was doing twice the work of the men and just as well. Lucy had never hankered after blood-stained bandages or bottles of pills, but the idea of being the one sitting behind the desk, dictating memos, making the decisions, had a powerful appeal. Regretfully, Lucy banished the image. Maybe my daughter will be the attorney or the doctor. Not you. She might as well have sighed for the moon as for a college education. That was for other women. Women whose fathers had money to burn. I had to fight to finish at the high school. My grandmother didn't believe in education for women. She thought it would give me the wrong sort of ideas. A woman didn't need education, her grandmother had said. She would only marry anyway. It was a waste of time when she might be helping at the bakery. A good Google-hoop, now, there was a way to a man's heart. John Ravenel looked at her thoughtfully. "But here you are, a model of the new woman." The new woman. Scarlet women, according to her grandmother. Lucy squirmed at the memory of the scent of gin, Philip Schuyler's lips on hers, the high-pitched laugh of the woman in the backless dress. Not entirely. I like being useful. I like working, but I'm not fast, she said fiercely. I'm not. John Ravenel looked at her, puzzled. "I never thought you were." His lips lifted into a half-smile. "You can tell just from looking at you that you're a lady. Even now that you know my background? What your parents did isn't who you are." They were back in the front hall. Lucy could hear the sound of a gramophone from somewhere up the stairs, and a spirited argument coming from the room with the sculpture. "Aren't I proof of that?" Lucy looked at John Ravenel, wanting to say yes, wanting to agree with him. But she couldn't help thinking, traitorously, that he was what his parents did. Would you have found art if your father hadn't been a painter? I don't know. But I do know that I love art for its own sake, not my father's. He gave me my start, but... John Ravenel shook his head. I guess we can't get away from them entirely, but we can pick and choose what we want our legacies to be. What do you want your legacy to be, Miss Young? The words came out in a rush, out of nowhere. If I have children, I want them to feel like they belong to something. She had never felt as though she belonged. Not in Brooklyn, not in Manhattan, not with the Jungmanns, not with the Pratts. She was betwixt and between and adrift. She took a deep breath. I want them to know where they come from. No mysteries, no secrets. I want something solid, stable. It sounds pretty petty, doesn't it? Here you are, planning to change the world one painting at a time, and all I want is a safe home. John Ravenel didn't mock her. My mother was an artist's model. A rueful smile creased his lips. Well, my father's model. She made pictures that made history. And in the end, she claims her greatest success was making a home for us. She made order out of chaos. She kept us all safe and fed. She kept my father and me alive. She's the strongest woman I know. She wouldn't find your ambition petty at all. She would admire you for it." His eyes met hers. "I admire you for it." It was like staring at the sun. Lucy looked away, down at her shoes. Such sensible, workaday shoes. "You're a kind man, Mr. Ravenel." His brown eyes crinkled at the corners. "My mama tried to raise me right. Whether she succeeded, not everyone would agree." There was something grim about the way he said it. But before Lucy could inquire further, he said, "Shall we see if we can find something to eat? All this soul-bearing is making me hungry." Astonishingly, so was she. They said confession was good for the soul, but she'd never realized it also stimulated the stomach. "I wouldn't mind an ice cream sandwich," Lucy admitted, adding shyly, "Thank you for taking me here. I never knew this was here." John Ravenel stepped out into the sunshine, holding the door open for her. "It hasn't been here long. Mrs. Whitney only opened the studio club 2 years ago." Letting the door swing shut, he offered Lucy his arm. "One of these days I'd love to do something similar in Charleston." Charleston. The name hit Lucy like a slap. It felt like Mr. Ravenel had always been here, would always be here. Trying to sound casual, she said, "Are you going back to Charleston soon?" There was a pause before he answered. "I've booked my berth on the train for Tuesday." "Tuesday?" Lucy tripped over a bit of loose paving. "That soon?" Mr. Ravenel steadied her effortlessly, his hand on her elbow. "I've been here longer than I intended. There are responsibilities at home that I've left too long." He snaked a sideways glance at her. "What do you say, Miss Young? Do you fancy a trip to Charleston?" "Oh, certainly," mocked Lucy, even as her heart screamed with loss. Which was mad, wasn't it? She hardly knew him. "Are you looking for a secretary? A manager for your gallery, perhaps? I might be needing a new job." And that, she realized grimly, was nothing more than the truth. The bright day seemed to darken. The sunlight was hard and flat, the heat itchy and oppressive. Her job, the job for which she had schemed. She couldn't face the thought of facing her employer. She had no home in New York, only an overpriced attic room in a building that meant nothing to her. Her mother's voice didn't whisper from the walls. Her lost father wasn't leaping out of the woodwork to enfold her in his arms and sweep her into society with a capital S. And John Ravenel was leaving New York. There would be no more walks in Central Park, no rides on the carousel. He would go to Charleston, and she would look for another job, another room, and on and on and on. They had wandered their way to Washington Square. Lucy could see courting couples, arm in arm, taking advantage of the nice day. John Ravenel came to an abrupt stop just inside the entrance to the park, swinging her around to face him. "Lucy." It was the first time he'd called her by her name. "I know it's mad, but what if you did come to Charleston?" Lucy stared at him. The sun was behind him, casting his face into shadow, dazzling her eyes. I've never been south of Brooklyn." "We're not so savage, really. There's indoor plumbing and all." Together they moved aside to let others pass. "I never meant to be in New York for more than a week, and then I saw you and, It's a damnable complication. It's not anything I intended, but it's there, isn't it? He didn't have to explain what it was. It was there between them. That invisible bond, that strange sense of ease, as though she had known him always. As if her life would be immeasurably the worse for not having him in it. "Oh, yes," whispered Lucy. "Yes." It was inexplicable and illogical, but it was there. His hands grasped hers, pressing tightly through her gloves, holding on to her like a lifeline. "It takes a nerve, I know, to ask you to leave everything you know, but I can't face the thought of never seeing you again." It was the sun in her eyes, the sun dazzling her, making her lightheaded. Only it wasn't. It was Mr. Ravenel. His nearness, these mad, wonderful words. Mr. Ravenel. John. John. Such a prosaic name, but it sounded like music on her lips. They had only just met. She scarcely knew him. But that wasn't true, was it? She did know him, somehow, deep down in her bones. "John, Wait." His hands were on her shoulders, holding her and holding her away, all at the same time. "Before you say anything, there are 2 things you should know. 2 things I have to tell you. Do you have 8 wives in the attic like Bluebeard?" Lucy couldn't imagine anything that would blunt the incredible pull she felt toward him. Was this what the novelists wrote about? This crazy euphoria? Was this what made kings abandon their thrones and tycoons throw everything away for a chorus girl? Lucy wanted to take her hat and fling it into the summer breeze, to lift her skirt and twirl in circles, to fling her arms around John Ravenel's neck and kiss him right there in the sunlight, in the middle of Washington Square. John touched a finger to her lips. His touch feather soft. "I haven't been entirely honest with you." He took a step back, the brim of his hat casting his face into the shade. "This business about my father's paintings, it's all true. But I didn't tell you the whole of it. The person who's been selling those paintings, it's Mr. Schuyler's stepmother." Whatever Lucy had been expecting, it wasn't that. It took her a moment to make sense out of his words. "Prunella Pratt had your father's paintings?" John was watching her closely. "That's why I needed to speak to Mr. Schuyler. Not for his legal expertise, and that's why—" He broke off, taking a deep breath. With difficulty, he said, "That miniature I told you about? It's of a woman wearing a ruby necklace. The same necklace you were wearing that night at Delmonico's. When I saw it on you, well, it seemed that you must be involved in it somehow, and I had to find out." "Involved?" whispered Lucy. John Ravenel had the grace to look abashed. "I'd thought Schuyler might have given it to you, that they'd found the necklace when they found the paintings." "You mean that you thought he—" She could feel the sweat prickling beneath her arms, spots dancing in front of her eyes. She forced herself to say the words. "You thought I was his mistress?" Their Saturday. Their beautiful Saturday in the sunshine. The carousel, the ice cream, all of those questions about her work, her life. She thought it was because he was genuinely interested. "Well, no," John said, and Lucy could tell that he was lying. "Not his mistress, not exactly, but as his secretary." A sick feeling threatened to overwhelm her. Lucy felt as she had as a child, when she'd broken into the bakery at night and gorged on the candied cherries. She'd had the same feeling then, the wild energy followed by that horrible plunge into sickness. Except then it had been a sickness of the stomach, not the soul. This was worse. Infinitely worse. That's why. Lucy stared up at John Ravenel, feeling as though she'd never seen him before. That's why you were wasting your time with me. You wanted to see what I knew. You were using me.
Chapter 22. August 1944. Kate. I ducked into the elevator just as Dr. Greeley's office door opened. We'd had another disastrous dinner date the previous evening, where he'd spent much of the time talking about what a great catch he was, while I'd been busy pushing his hand off my knee and keeping my face out of reach of his roving kisses. He'd totally missed my point, as he'd conceded that he respected me for my reticence. Apparently, he believed this was caused by a good upbringing, instead of by any repulsion or complete disinterest on my part. The elevator chugged its laborious way down to the first floor, opening just in time for me to see Captain Ravenel and his fiancée walk in from the street. I hadn't seen him alone since the night a week ago, when I'd promised that I'd allow him to finish his sketch of me. It wasn't that I was planning on reneging on my promise. It was just that every time I thought about him going back to Charleston, my lungs seemed to collapse, and I found myself gasping for air. I knew that was the reason I couldn't sign his release papers, knowing there was unfinished business between us. But if I saw him while other people were in the room, I could almost pretend that he was just another patient, just another soldier wounded in the war whom I had helped piece back together. Almost. Happily, the new patients hadn't yet materialized, so I hadn't had any reason to go up to the attic room. I'd prescribed exercise for Captain Ravenel to restore his strength, and Nurse Hathaway brought his chart to me so I could follow his progress. Except for a daily visit with the other doctors on our morning rounds, I hadn't seen or spoken to him. But that didn't mean I didn't miss him like the winter earth missed the sun. "Captain Ravenel, Miss Middleton," I said formally, as if we were only passing acquaintances. I tried not to notice how handsome he looked in his olive-drab army dress uniform, his silver captain's bars on his shoulders, his dark brown hair nearly hidden by his cap. Ribbons decorated the left breast of his jacket, a bronze star, a silver star, a European theater ribbon. Caroline looked like an unnecessary and utterly frivolous decoration in a pale pink suit and matching hat. He gripped a cane in his right hand. After tucking his cane under his arm, Cooper took off his hat. "Dr. Schuyler?" His eyes probed mine in open question, and I looked away. "We made it all the way to the park and back," Caroline said, unable to hide the triumph in her voice. "He still needs the cane, but Dr. Greeley said that's normal, and that in a couple of months, with regular exercise, he won't need it at all." She squeezed Cooper's arm, her face like a child's on Christmas morning. "I think he's ready to go home now." My chest hurt, the way it did whenever I felt like crying. I took a deep breath. "That's very good news. I'll consult with Dr. Greeley and determine how much longer. It will be soon, I'm sure, and his physical strength is a good sign. But the wound has to have healed completely." Caroline's lips compressed, but I imagined I saw relief flit across Cooper's face. She was about to say something when the front door flew open and Margie barged into the foyer, her face red and glowing with perspiration as if she'd run all the way from the library. "Margie? What are you doing here? I thought we were meeting tomorrow for lunch." She put a hand over her heart, trying to catch her breath, and I noticed she carried a leather-bound journal. "Come on, Cooper. Let's take the stairs. It will be good for you." Caroline began leading him toward the circular steps. I wanted to go after him, to tell him to be careful, to take the elevator once they reached the next floor so he wouldn't tire out. But I didn't. Caroline was there to take care of him, to see that he didn't overexert himself. He was hers, after all. Margie's eyes widened as she looked at Cooper, immediately registering who he was. I shot her a warning look to be quiet. She continued to pant, so I started to lead her over to the foyer bench that served as a waiting area, but stopped when I met the disapproving glance of the nurse on desk duty. "Come with me," I said, leading her into the elevator. We exited on the second floor, where two orderlies were arguing with one of the doctors about the heavy bookcase against the wall that made it difficult to move stretchers past it. I'd asked Dr. Greeley about having it moved several times, but it was an old antique, and he was afraid it might get damaged if it were moved. I assumed his real reason for saying no was because I'd been the one to bring it up instead of him. I led Margie to a deserted office with beautiful stained glass doors. Hopefully, if Dr. Greeley saw me, he'd think I was having a discussion with the next of kin of a patient. "So that's your captain." She smacked her lips together as if she'd just eaten something delicious. "He's not mine, and that was his fiancée." Margie snorted. "That Ice Queen?" Smiling smugly, she said, "In the few short minutes I saw them, I could tell that he looks at you a whole lot differently than he looks at her." Ignoring her, I said, "Why are you here? Is something wrong? Is it your mother?" She shook her head and slapped the journal onto my lap. "I just couldn't wait to show you this. I've been working on it since I saw you. But this morning I found something that will blow the dots off your dominoes." I started to open the journal, but she slapped her hand down on top of it. "Not so fast. These are my notes that I jotted down while doing my research, and you can take it with you to read later. But I just couldn't wait and had to tell you it all myself." We both looked up as two nurses scurried by outside the door. "Well?" I said, not having seen Margie this excited since she'd found a pair of shoes on sale at Bergdorf's that she could actually afford. "I found your Harry Pratt in the library's archives," she blurted out. "Let's just say that one last name was like poking a hole in a dam." "What do you mean?" Little tingles of anticipation marched up my spine, yet I wasn't sure why. Maybe because this was a little mystery that Cooper and I had discovered, something that only he and I shared. "Well, it wasn't because he was a renowned artist, if that's what you're wondering. Or if he was, I can't find anything connecting his name with the art world. His family was exceedingly wealthy. Well, at least for a time, so it was more likely just a hobby for him." "Oh," I said, leaning back in my chair, feeling oddly deflated. Harry had been so talented that I found it sad that he'd never realized his potential. She patted my hand. "Don't worry, it gets better." She looked up at the ceiling above us. "This hospital used to be called the Pratt Mansion, built in 1891, and home to Mr. and Mrs. Henry August Pratt and their 3 children, Harry, Gus, and—" She held her breath, her cheeks puffed out with air. "And?" I prompted. "Prunella." She wagged her eyebrows. "She was in all of the society pages during her debutante year. Quite the beauty of her day, although I'm sure her fortune would have been enough to attract potential swains." "The owner of the dress," I said. She nodded. "We'll get to her and the house in a minute, but first, there's poor Harry. He apparently fell off the face of the earth in 1893. His father hired the Pinkerton Detective Agency to find him, but no trace of him was ever found, living or dead. It was quite the tragedy. It was right after his brother Gus was killed in some kind of brawl. It was definitely whitewashed in the newspapers, no doubt due to his family's prominence, but I could read between the lines enough to figure out it was something wonderfully unsavory." "That's so sad," I said, preparing to stand so I could get back to work. It was all interesting, but somehow removed from what I'd thought it would be. Poor Harry. I couldn't help but wonder what had happened to him, and if he ever thought about the room at the top of the stairs of the Pratt mansion, where he'd once created such beauty with only charcoal and paper. Margie yanked my arm and pulled me back down in my chair. "Not yet, Kate. I haven't even scratched the surface. I'll be quick, but you need to be sitting down." My right leg began bobbing up and down, as it did when I was impatient, and I pressed my hand on my knee to get it to stop. "All right, shoot." She took a deep breath. "As I said, when I looked up the last name Pratt, there were tons of articles about the family. But there was one subject that dominated most of the articles, and that was the mansion itself, this hospital that we're sitting in now, about its architect." She stared at me as if she were waiting for me to finish her thoughts. I shook my head. "And?" Margie looked vaguely disappointed. "He apparently felt cheated by Mr. Pratt and was never paid for his services. The details in the paper are murky, but the scandal resulted in the architect's suicide." "That's awful," I said. "But," she cut me off, "the architect was Peter Van Alen." Her eyes widened as if to emphasize her point. "Peter Van Alen? That's my great-grandfather's name." Our eyes met in mutual understanding. We both knew the name only from my mother's repetition of it in her quest to make sure that I comprehended the importance and pride of family lineage, despite a lack of money or assets. I'd always thought that it was her way of letting me know that I came from something grander than an immigrant German baker and a grandmother who'd reminded me as a child of brightly colored wallpaper faded by the sun. I remembered standing on 69th Street with my mother and staring up at the mansion, and suddenly it all began to make sense. An icy breath trickled down my spine, making me shiver. She never told me about how her grandfather died, or that he designed this building. Maybe she was ashamed about his suicide and wanted to spare me. Margie leaned closer, her eyes so wide I could see the whites around her irises. "That's not all." She reached over and opened the journal, flipped through several pages before replacing it on my lap. "I copied this one verbatim from the society pages of the New York Times from their January 3rd, 1893 edition." I peered down at Margie's neatly formed Catholic school penmanship and began to read. "Mr. and Mrs. Henry August Pratt of New York City announce the engagement of their daughter, Prunella Jane, to Mr. Harrison Charles Schuyler, widower of the late Cassandra Willoughby Schuyler, and father of Philip C.J. Schuyler. An elegant engagement ball was held at the Pratt residence on 69th Street on New Year's Eve. The date for the nuptials has been set for October 10th at St. James's Church." I looked up, meeting her eyes. "But Philip Schuyler is your father," Margie completed for me, "which makes Prunella Pratt your father's stepmother, which I suppose means that Harry Pratt was your step-grandfather, or something like that. Actually, that would make him my step-granduncle." I shook my head. "Why didn't my mother ever tell me any of this?" Margie shrugged. "Well, there's the architect's suicide and then Harry Pratt's disappearance and his brother's tragic death. It's all rather sad if you think about it. Maybe she was trying to protect you." "Maybe," I said. But I knew that wasn't it. The ruby necklace alone told me that my mother had kept secrets from me. Her reasons were now silenced by the grave, but whispered in my memories of a mother who'd always seemed to be waiting for something more. I pressed my fingers against the ruby beneath the collar of my dress, as if it held all the answers. But it lay heavy and still against my throat, a mute talisman of my mother's past. Margie reached over again and flipped a page in the journal. Prunella Pratt Schuyler was listed in the last census in 1940, widowed and living alone. I couldn't find a death certificate, so I'm assuming that means she's still alive. Here's her address. I stared down at the page, the words barely registering. I met Margie's eyes. "You're amazing, you know. I don't know how to thank you." She brushed her hand through the air as if to erase the words. "It was fun, and you can take me to dinner. Or find out if your captain has a brother and introduce me." I hugged her. "You're better than a sister. Have I ever told you that?" She shoved me away, but her face had pinkened. Yeah, just don't forget that introduction to the captain's brother." "You got it," I said, pulling her to her feet and escorting her out of the hospital. I needed to return to work, but first I had to write a note requesting a visit with Mrs. Prunella Pratt Schuyler. I wasn't sure if she'd remember who I was or even want to see me, but I would try. She was quite possibly the only remaining person in the world who could shed light on the mother I thought I'd known and into the dark corners of our past. I waited until I was certain the nurses in the cots around me were sound asleep. I wasn't on call and had allowed myself the luxury of sleeping in a proper nightgown. Not that I'd done much sleeping since lying down, but I'd have plenty of time for that as soon as I finished my errand. I slipped on my wrapper and slippers, then carefully slid the hammer and screwdriver from under my pillow before stealing from the room. I'd taken the tools from the maintenance closet earlier that day, hoping they wouldn't be missed until I could return them the following day. After pausing to listen for voices or approaching footsteps, I dashed out into the corridor, almost colliding with the corner of the large antique bookcase that I'd seen the orderlies and doctors discussing earlier. It looked as if they'd managed to pull out a corner of the large piece of furniture before simply giving up, leaving an even bigger impediment in the hallway. I ducked into the servants' stairwell and ran quickly up to the attic floor. I'd seen Caroline leave after dinner, so I knew Cooper was alone. 2 empty cots had been set up in the attic, but had yet to be filled by incoming patients. The door was slightly ajar, and I pushed it open. There were no lights on in the room, but a pale, milky light settled on the room like a gentle benediction. The bed was empty, yet I knew Cooper was there, could feel him watching me, could feel his pull like the tides under the moon. I turned my head and saw him outlined against the window, where he'd pushed aside the blackout shades. I stayed where I was, afraid to approach. Afraid to get pulled into the riptide that seemed to surround him. I cleared my throat. I brought the tools to open the top drawer of the cabinet. I considered for a moment placing them on a trunk and leaving, but I knew that I couldn't. "I was hoping you'd come," he said softly. "I've been waiting to finish sketching you. You promised." I swallowed, hoping he couldn't hear it. "I've been busy." I cleared my throat. "I found out that I'm related by marriage to Prunella Pratt. She was my father's stepmother." "And Harry?" "Her brother. He disappeared in 1893, and it looks like his artistic abilities disappeared with him." "Interesting," he said, walking toward me. "What a strange coincidence. That you're related to the family who once lived here." He stopped in front of me, near enough that I could feel his heat. He was bare-chested again, wearing only his pajama bottoms, the gift from his fiancée. The reminder made me step back. Holding out the tools to him, I said, "Here. Let me know if you get that cabinet drawer open." He hesitated a moment, then took them. I turned to leave, but strong fingers captured my arm. "Please, not yet. Let me finish your sketch. It's a full moon and I'd like to capture you in the moonlight." I heard the tools clattering against the top of a trunk, and then felt both of his hands on my shoulders, turning me around. "Please," he said again, and I was lost on that single syllable. "Do you still have it?" I asked, hoping for a delay or postponement or any reason at all not to spend more time alone with him. He grinned, apparently reading my mind. "Nurse Hathaway copied all of my medical information on the other side onto another page and gave the sketch to me. She's a very astute woman. Cooper left me where I stood and walked over to a trunk that had been moved between the 2 new hospital beds to be used as a shared nightstand. He opened it and pulled out what looked like a sheepskin blanket and a single candle in a brass holder. I found these in here and figured they must have been used by Harry for his sketch subjects. You have to close the blackout shades if you're going to light the candle. I was trying to be practical, to remind myself that I was a professional woman, that I was doing this only as a favor to a patient. His teeth glowed white as he smiled at me, as if he knew what I was thinking. The civil defense patrolman went by about 10 minutes ago. We have about 2 hours before he returns. Oh, I said, watching him place the blanket in the puddle of moonlight by the window, then set up the candle on a small table he dragged to the middle of the room. The strike of a match was followed by the sharp scent of sulfur as he lit the candle. He grabbed a pillow from the bed and propped it against the wall beneath the window. Come recline here. I want to make sure I see your eyes. I began walking toward the window. Take off your slippers, too, if you don't mind. It ruins the effect. I heard the smile in his voice, and it relaxed me, made me believe that he was simply an artist and I his subject. I reclined on the blanket, propping my head on my hand as I leaned against the pillow. It wasn't uncomfortable, although I wasn't sure how long I could stay in that position. Do you have a brother, by any chance? I asked, remembering my promise to Margie. His eyes widened with surprise. No, I don't. Why do you ask? I shrugged, feeling silly. Just wondering. He nodded, his gaze brushing over me. Your wrapper. It needs to go too. Looking down, I saw how matronly it looked. Oh, of course. I sat up and slowly untied my wrapper before taking it off and tossing it away from the blanket. I heard him rummaging through a drawer, presumably for the unfinished sketch and the pen from his clipboard, so he wasn't looking at me when he issued his next directive. And unbutton your nightgown. I sat up quickly, clutching the neckline against my throat. Excuse me? I need to see the ruby necklace if I'm going to sketch it. I assume that's the lump I'm seeing at your neck? I relaxed somewhat and unbuttoned the 5 small buttons that ran from the top of the neck to my breastbone, spreading the material so the ruby could be clearly seen. Perfect, he said, looking at me, his voice strained. He pulled over the bedside chair next to the candle and sat, then began to sketch. The only sound was that of the mice in the walls and the scratch of pen on paper, and I found it soothing. Soothing enough that I felt my head grow heavy. Not yet, Cooper said. Let me finish with your face, and then you can sleep. He looked over the clipboard at me. Perhaps if I talk, it will keep you awake. Perhaps, I said, giving him a groggy smile, watching how the candlelight softened his face, illuminated the boy beneath the soldier. So, tell me about yourself. Tell me why you wanted to become a doctor. It took me a while to answer, as I realized nobody had ever asked me that question before. Because I hated feeling so helpless watching my father struggle with lung cancer. I thought for a moment. And because my mother encouraged me. How did she do that? He asked, his eyes focused on the paper in front of him. She told me... I stopped, sensing how odd it would sound telling this to someone who hadn't known my mother and father, hadn't known that there was always enough love, but how there always seemed to have not been enough for my mother. My father had adored her, and she had loved him, but not in the same way. To me, she'd been like a child who'd lost her favorite doll and been left to make do with her second best. She told you what? Cooper prompted. She told me to do something with my life that could never be taken from me. To devote myself to something that involved every part of me, including my heart, so that I'd never lose it. When I told her that I wanted to go to medical school, she almost seemed relieved. The scratching noise had stopped, and I looked up to find him watching me intently. So you've never wanted to fall in love? To have a husband and a home? Children? It's not that I never wanted any of that. It's just that I've always wanted to be a doctor more. When so many people along the way told me that I couldn't because I was a woman, it made me want to be not just a doctor, but the best doctor. And you never met a man who made you rethink your choices? Not until you. I bit the words back. I wanted him. Yes, I'd finally admitted it to myself. But did I want him enough to give up everything I'd worked so hard for? Not that it mattered. He was promised to another, and my wanting of him was as impotent as a single raindrop in the desert. I closed my eyes without answering him. I'm so tired. Are you almost done? I listened as the clipboard was placed on the wood floor with a snap, then Cooper's bare feet as he padded toward me. Can you move your nightgown off your shoulders? I need to see the ruby against your bare skin. Like in the miniature, I said, my tongue sticking to the roof of my mouth. Yes. I sat up and pulled one side of my nightgown off my shoulder, knowing if I pulled the other one down, I'd lose the nightgown completely. Our eyes met, our thoughts in tandem. Very quietly, he asked again, Have you ever met a man who made you rethink your choices? We stared at each other for a long moment, listening to the sound of the candle wick flickering in melted wax and a lone car passing by on the street below. Just once, I whispered, my eyes not leaving his. I reached up to the fabric on my shoulder, but his hand against mine stopped me. His face was that of a man in pain. Don't, he said, his voice rough. I can't. He shook his head. We shouldn't. I lifted his hand with my free one and brought the palm to my lips. Since my decision to become a doctor, I'd never been so sure of anything in my life. My mother once told me that a lifetime of good enough was a fair price to pay for a single moment of pure happiness. This is my moment. Don't take that from me. With deliberate slowness, I reached up and slid the nightgown from my shoulder, feeling the soft cotton puddle at my waist. Kate, he said, the word filled with wonder and promise and the single moments that were meant to last a lifetime. He cupped my face in his hands and kissed me softly as I pulled him down with me onto the sheepskin blanket, cocooned in the light of the moon, where wars and tomorrows didn't exist, and where one moment could be made to last until the fragile light of dawn.
Chapter 23. New Year's Eve, 1892. Olive. This time, they hadn't even made it as far as the attic. The shame of it. Sorry, Harry gasped into her ear. But she hardly heard him over the noise of her own blood, the thump of her own heart. Sorry. How could he be sorry? Olive wasn't. She wasn't sorry for anything. Not the hardness of the wall against her back, not the dampness of Harry's forehead against her cheek, not the stairwell railing that pressed into her hip, not for Harry's hands, which held her in place like a double-headed anchor so that she didn't float right off into kingdom come. Not for all the times they had come together this week, just like this, furtive and beautiful and primeval, like a pair of lovers resurrected from legend, like Tristan and Isolde, like Lancelot and Guinevere, the kind of tale with which Olive, as a budding young lady, had always become impatient. Why would any sane woman give up everything for an object so chimerical as passion? But now she knew. She would give up anything for this. It frightened her. What risks she would take, what price she would pay, what conventions she would ignore for this instant of joy in Harry's arms. An instant of true happiness before she returned to reality. She tightened her fingers around his hair and whispered, "I have to go back. Someone's going to come looking for me." "But not here. No one ever comes here except us." His thumbs moved against her bottom. "One more minute." "Why? You've had what you wanted." "Not yet." He kissed her neck. "This is what I really wanted, Olive. This is what I can't get enough of. Harry, just be still, won't you? Don't spoil it. Trust me for once." Olive relaxed against the wall, against Harry's sturdy hands, and closed her eyes. Just for a minute. Because he was right, wasn't he? Harry was always right. This was the best part. This was what she couldn't get enough of, not if she lived forever. Harry on her skin, Harry's grateful kisses on her neck, Harry and Olive teeming and sated, brimming over with each other, as if this house and this world had been built by God's hands for their love alone. But they weren't, not really. The world was more practical than that. 2 minutes later, she was hurrying back down the staircase, legs a-tremble, smoothing her rumpled skirt, to burst onto the 5th-floor landing and the maelstrom of preparation for the evening's festivities. If anything, she thought, the house and the world had been built for Prunella Pratt's engagement ball. A curl brushed against her cheek. Olive put her hands to the sides of her head and realized that her hair was damp and loose, that the pins had been dragged from the knot at the base of her neck, a natural consequence of repeated ecstatic abrasion against a plaster wall. She turned in horror to the gilded mirror that hung at the end of the landing, right where the winding staircase reached the floor, and began jabbing the pins in place. "Olive, what's the matter? You're blushed to the gills." Olive spun around. It was Bitsy, one of the parlor maids, a quiet girl with a lilting Irish accent. "Nothing. I was just fetching something, and the stairs." She shrugged, helplessly. Bitsy rolled her eyes. "Well, you'd best clean yourself up right quick. Ellen's burned her hand on the curling tongs, the old galoot, and there's no one else to help Miss Prunella dress." "But I'm not a lady's maid. Seems you are now. I'd hop to it if I was you." Bitsy turned and hurried back down the stairs without another glance until she rounded the curve and disappeared. But her voice floated up in her absence. "Mind you straighten your cap now, Olive." Olive turned back in horror to her reflection. Bitsy was right. She was flushed, and her cap sagged shamefully to the left. Upstairs, Harry had ducked into the studio to reconstruct himself, back on orderly lines. But Olive had no such luxury, did she? She forced her fingers to stop their shaking and put each pin back in place. She drew in a long and steadying breath and straightened her white cap. There was nothing she could do about the blush. She had earned it fair and square. Miss Prunella's room lay only a single floor down from the nunnery, but it occupied a different universe, high of ceiling, deep and intricate of molding, lavish of decoration. Olive knocked on the door and pretended not to notice that the entrance to Harry's room beckoned only a few feet away. He had left his door carelessly ajar. If she craned her neck, she could peek through the few inches of space and spy his bookshelf, the corner of his bed. But the summons from Miss Prunella came at once, sharp and annoyed, and Olive had no time to waste on sightseeing. She put her hand on the knob and pushed open the heavy wooden door. Olive had never entered Miss Prunella's room while its owner lounged inside, and she was surprised by the way the Pratt presence transformed the space, from tranquil sanctuary, upholstered in pleasing shades of green and yellow, to a bristling, silk-strewn hive, dominated by an enormous cheval mirror and the tiny young woman who stood before it, dressed in her underclothes. "There you are." Miss Prunella spun around, hands on hips, in a white vortex of lace and satin. "Where have you been?" "Engaged in passion with your brother in the attic stairwell," she thought. "My duties," Olive mumbled. "Well, help Mona here with my dress. She's so simple she can't tell one end from another." Prunella spun back to the more agreeable contemplation of herself in the mirror, and for the first time, Olive noticed Mona cowering in the corner, huge-eyed, next to a chaise longue that bore the holy of all holies, Prunella's engagement gown. "It's that heavy," she whispered to Olive, lifting one scrap of a sleeve, and Olive sighed and slid her arms under the voluminous skirt. The gown was of cream-colored satin, embroidered with tiny pale pink flowers, and trimmed at the neck and sleeves with satin rosettes that must have cost the Pratts' dressmaker weeks to create. All for a single night, for the care and feeding of Prunella Pratt's vanity. With Mona's help, Olive bore the dress toward the mirror. "Don't let it touch the floor," snapped Prunella, and Olive whispered to Mona to bring over the stool. She climbed atop and settled the satin folds carefully over Miss Prunella's elegant little head, fitting each delicate sleeve over an uplifted ivory arm, while Mona guided the delivery down below. Miss Prunella's corset had already been squeezed into an impossible circumference. Olive found the button-hook amid the jumble of ribbons and jewelry on the bureau, and fastened each satin-covered button until the dress lay snug against Miss Prunella's artfully manufactured figure. She climbed down from the stool and stepped back. "There we are. Now the shoes." Olive followed Miss Prunella's pointing finger and discovered a pair of miniature slippers lying on the rug near the hissing fireplace. The satin was warm, whether by design or accident, and Olive carried them over to the young lady's waiting feet. As she knelt and lifted the hem of the dress, she felt Miss Prunella's eyes upon the top of her head. The white cap that had come loose as she and Harry had tangled greedily on the stairs, trying to reach the attic door and not succeeding, succumbing where they stood, because it had been hours since breakfast, when they had come together last in their nest in the studio. Olive was supposed to be hanging garlands from the railing in the stairway, and hours then since the night before. Oh, the night before. "Mona," said Miss Prunella, "you may leave." Olive looked up into a pair of blazing blue eyes, which were fixed on the space between her throat and her collarbone. "Yes, Miss Prunella," gasped Mona, and an instant later the door clicked shut. Olive started to rise. "Where did you get that?" said Miss Prunella. Olive's hand went to the gold filigree chain at her neck. "Get what?" "You know what I mean. That necklace." I don't. Oh, yes you do. I know that necklace. There's a ruby pendant on it, isn't there? That was my necklace." "Your necklace?" Olive stepped back. "I recognize the chain. My mother gave it to me to wear on New Year's Eve last year for my debut, and the next morning it was gone from my dressing table." "I don't know anything about that. This is my necklace." "Let me see it. No." Olive straightened and allowed both hands to fall to her sides. "I won't. The necklace belongs to me. It was given to me a week ago." "How dare you show me that necklace?" "With all possible respect, Miss Prunella, you have no right. The necklace belongs to me." "No right? No right?" Prunella stamped her foot. She was shorter than Olive by several inches, and yet somehow for an instant she seemed to stand taller. No sign now of the dutiful daughter, the quiet and obedient flower of the house. What had Harry said? She's seen me looking at you. The ruby burned against Olive's skin. I am entitled, I believe, to a certain degree of privacy, even if I am a mere household employee. The field of scintillating fury began to dissolve from around Miss Prunella's small body, replaced by something colder and far more dangerous. Olive took another step backward, unable to help herself. "Ah, yes," Prunella said, far too softly. "The maid who speaks like a lady. Do you think I don't know who you are?" Olive stared in horror at those chilly blue eyes. The exact same shade as Harry's, except that on Prunella they reminded her of little chips of Arctic ice. And her voice, frostbitten, hanging in the air. "I know who you are." "I don't know what you mean. I'm Olive Jones, the housemaid." Miss Prunella leaned forward. "Jones, indeed. You're the architect's daughter, aren't you? I recognize you, even if the others don't. I used to watch him while he was at work. My goodness, he was handsome. You have that same peak in your hair, in the middle of your forehead, and your eyes are exactly alike. That's ridiculous. I knew something was wrong about you, right from the beginning. The way you looked at us. And I turned it over and over in my head until I realized, watching you that night at dinner, when my brother was so obviously in love with you, and your name. I remembered he had a daughter named Olive. He used to speak of you." Olive's mouth opened without speech. "Oh, I've kept it to myself, of course. Never fear. I've been waiting to see what you mean to do. And I suppose this is it, isn't it? Seducing my brother, as if that would ruin us." She laughed, a bitter sound, as if disgraced housemaids aren't already a regular occurrence around here. That's not true. Prunella didn't reply, except with her eyes, which narrowed in frosty contemplation. She looked so unnervingly perfect, so incongruously innocent with her round face ending in a pointed chin, with her silky curls clustered girlishly around that alabaster forehead and those dainty, spiraling ears. Her lips formed a sweet pink pout. Only her eyes were hard, calculating the sums that lay on the other side of Olive's hot face, inside the nooks of her soul. Until she laughed and turned away. "Fetch my gloves, Olive, and be quick. My father is waiting downstairs to lead me into the ball, my ball, where I will dance and laugh while you serve drinks to my guests and mop up the mess when they spill, because that's what servants do, isn't it, Olive?" Olive swallowed back the response that rose to her lips. What would Prunella do if she were crossed? Tell Harry? Of course she would. She would tell Harry, and Harry would know. He would look at her with bewildered eyes, a confusion that would turn to betrayal and then to hatred. "Yes, of course," she whispered, and her hands turned into fists at her sides. Prunella laughed again. "You'll do whatever I say, won't you?" "You haven't any choice, because I know your secret." Olive felt sick. She stumbled to the dressing table and searched for the gloves, while Prunella went on behind her, in a voice high with triumph. "I am going to be married, don't you know, into one of the oldest and best families in New York, right about the time you find yourself alone and abandoned, living in some miserable tenement downtown. Perhaps you'll read about me in the papers sometime, Olive. The wedding's in October. I'm sure the photographs will be everywhere." Olive stalked back toward Prunella and thrust the gloves toward her beautiful cream satin chest. then walked without pause, straight on to the door, eyes blurring, while Prunella's vertiginous laugh rippled the air behind her. The grand second-floor drawing room had been transformed into a ballroom, filled with all the glittering jewels of New York society, but Olive, balancing a dozen glasses of champagne on a single silver tray, saw only one man, Harry Pratt, who was dancing with the most beautiful girl in the world. Well, maybe the lady in question wasn't quite that beautiful, not on objective study, but she seemed so, swirling about the room in the shelter of Harry's arms, beaming and blushing at something he was saying to her, as if the glow of Harry's attention contained magical properties that altered its object into something better and more perfect than it was before. Like Olive herself. Olive looked away, because the sight was too much to bear. The girl had light brown hair set with brilliance, and her dress was made of a filmy pink stuff so pale it was almost white. Not the sort of girl who would allow Harry Pratt to have his way with her on an attic staircase. Oh, no. That was Olive's weakness, Olive's shame, though it hadn't felt like shame until this instant, when Harry danced with another girl, the sort of girl he was supposed to marry. Harry had spoken often of Italy over the past week, and the eternal summer that awaited them there. But he hadn't mentioned marriage. Of course he hadn't. She had pretended not to notice the omission. She had perhaps convinced herself that the promise of marriage was implied in his offer. But maybe it wasn't. Probably it wasn't. You ran off with housemaids, but there was no need to marry them, was there? No need to make it all legal and proper and binding, in case you changed your mind, in case you met another girl, a suitable girl. Olive made her way along the edge of the crowd, bearing her champagne. A few hands reached out to pluck the glasses from her tray, without thanks, without recognition, without a single exchange of glances. And maybe this unexpected wound was the one that hurt the most. Her invisibility. Once you donned a servant's uniform, you became invisible. Not even quite human. This was necessary, of course, for the entire system of human servility to operate without friction, but still it rankled. She wanted to scream, "I'm just as good as you are. I speak French, and I dance. I play the piano beautifully and recite poetry from memory and enunciate every consonant without flaw. A year ago, I was almost one of you." But that didn't matter, did it? If you fell, you fell. On the other side of the room, along the windows, the crowd was thinning. Olive, stepping carefully so the bubbling glasses wouldn't tilt onto the polished parquet floor, approached a pair of men, identical in portly, middle-aged, formal dress. They stood next to one of the grand French windows, heads bent together, smoking forbidden cigars, which they tipped out the open-bottom sash in furtive gestures. "Magnificent, to be sure, but it will all go to the receivers quick enough if even one of his damned railroads fails." Olive slowed her steps. "Which ones? Invest." The other man was speaking, the nearest one, who faced away from Olive's line of approach. She couldn't make out the words very well, but a lift in his voice suggested a question. She was at his elbow now. She held out the tray, and both men, without a glance, without missing a single beat of their conversation, reached out in unison to swipe away 2 sizzling glasses of champagne. "But the chieftest part is held in the damned P&R. He's up to his silly neck in it." The other man laughed. "Fool. And so I told him, but he's got all this confounded faith in MacLeod, thinks the expansion will pay off before they run out of money. And the patience of creditors, well, that too, of course." Olive was forced to step away now, because even invisible serving maids might attract attention if they lingered too long. But she moved slowly, as if taking extreme care for the safety of the crystal, as a good servant should. Well, between you and me, I don't think the P&R lasts more than a week after Cleveland takes office. Repeal Silver Act? Don't matter. Stretch too far and I hear Morgan's about to pull the plug. The voice became muffled as the owner turned toward the window to knock away a length of ash from his guilty cigar. Olive's heart thumped into her ribs, making her dizzy. There was a little draft from under the sash, and it fluttered coldly against her long black skirt. The P&R. That was the Philadelphia and Reading Railroad. Even Olive knew that. Everybody knew the P&R. It was one of the largest companies in the world, transporting infinite tons of rich Pennsylvania anthracite coal from the rural mines to the mid-Atlantic ports. And now it wanted to extend its tentacles into New England. Its expensive tentacles, of course. You didn't build out 100 miles of track without mountains of money. Railroads ate capital like Gus Pratt ate his breakfast bacon, and they were always one ill wind away from collapsing under the weight of their own debts. Yes, even Olive knew that. And she also remembered the fat file in Mr. Pratt's fat study, labeled Philadelphia and Reading. The dancers blurred past, colorful and frenetic, whirling from prosperous and plentiful 1892 into the dazzling unknown riches of 1893. A handsome face winged before her and disappeared, and it was an instant or two before Olive realized that it was Harry. Harry, cradling his right arm around yet another beautiful girl, clasping her elegant gloved fingers with his left hand. He hadn't noticed Olive at all. Not until 11:30 did Olive find her opportunity to steal into the study upstairs. She had emptied another tray of champagne and made for the stairs to the kitchen, but instead of descending into the basement, she had left the tray on the Chippendale lowboy and slipped upward and out of sight. This time, no hesitation stayed her hands. She knew exactly what she was doing, exactly what she was looking for. The leather portfolios flipped beneath her experienced fingers until the familiar words appeared once more in the minute glow of the candle. Van Alen. Familiar, and yet foreign. The name hardly seemed to belong to her at all anymore. She felt as if she were no more than a disembodied Olive, belonging to no one and to no particular name. She had spent the last week in a kind of fairyland, knowing that it was a fairyland and entering into it anyway, and now that she was emerging back into the real and practical world, she found she didn't have a place there either. That she would never be the same Olive Van Alen as before, that she might never again know who Olive was, or should be. She opened the portfolio, and the tactile sensation of the leather and the papers within brought her back to the task at hand. The truth. The only thing left to her. There were perhaps 30 papers in all, arranged immaculately by date. Olive sifted through the early correspondence detailing the Pratts' specifications and her father's tactful responses, referring to blueprints and drawings that must have been stored elsewhere. Then, the requests for payment, each one neatly marked paid in the sleek brown-black strokes of a confident fountain pen. The sums were not large, which didn't surprise Olive. According to Mrs. Van Alen, the bulk of her father's fee had been due upon completion and inspection of the mansion, and the sum was large enough that he had agreed to this particular arrangement with a gentleman's handshake. Until she came to the last 2 pages. There was a letter from her father, dated the 20th of December, 1891, noting the successful inspection of the house on the 1st of December and requesting payment of the balance of his fee for architectural services. $9,000. But scribbled at the bottom of this particular letter was not the customary word paid, which appeared on all the other invoices, followed by a date. Instead, the word, black in thick, angry block letters, was refused. Dated the 2nd of January, 1892. Her father had shot himself the next day. Well, well. Lost in contemplation of that single word, refused, Olive had almost forgotten where she was. She started upward, knocking over the candle, writing it again. Hot wax spilled over her fingers. "Oh, I beg your pardon," came the voice of Miss Prunella Pratt, followed by the young lady's white figure, emerging from the shadowed doorway. "Am I disturbing you?" Olive drew her spine straight, her shoulders back. "No," she said. Prunella stalked across the rug. She was holding a glass of wine in her hand, half-finished, and the reckless quality of her gait suggested it wasn't her first of the evening. "You poor dear thing. Shall I guess what you're doing?" "I think it's obvious what I'm doing." "Well, I guess it is, at that. Using your position in this household to find out why your poor, innocent father left this house in disgrace. Why those heartless Pratts turned him out in the cold and ruined his good name." Prunella stopped on the other side of the desk, placed her wineglass on the edge, and leaned forward. "Dear Olive, I could have saved you the trouble. You won't find it." "Won't I?" "Oh, no. My father, you see, was actually quite kind, I think, considering the provocation. He was kind enough not to let the world know the real reason he dismissed Mr. Van Alen without payment. Better the world should just think the man hadn't designed this house to my family's satisfaction." In the spare glow of the single candle, Prunella's youthful face took on a lurid shadow, and her pink lips and blue eyes lost all color. Olive felt as if something were clawing its way up the back of her head, a premonition of some kind, a warning of impending disaster. "Don't ask," she thought. "Don't ask." "Don't you want to know what it is, Olive? Dear, curious Olive? Don't you want justice for your poor departed father? I already know my father is innocent of anything you might accuse him of." Prunella giggled. "Oh, my. So you really don't know? Well, I'll give you a hint. It's something to do with that pretty ruby necklace hanging there beneath your dress. A necklace that really belongs to someone else." Olive's hand went instinctively to her throat. "I don't know what you mean." "I was wondering where that necklace had gone. It was in my mother's jewel box, you know, and I begged her to let me wear it for my debut. She said I shouldn't, that it was too flashy for a debutante, too red." Another giggle. "So I took it myself when her back was turned. And I do believe I was right. The necklace set my white dress off to perfection. It set me apart from the other girls, and Mr. Schuyler asked me to dance 3 times. Father turned absolutely purple when he noticed, of course, but it was worth it. Really, it's a shame you weren't there. Your father attended, if I recall." "Yes, I recall." Olive also recalled that her mother hadn't wanted to go. She hadn't anything to wear, she said. "Such a sociable man, your father. Awfully charming. Well, I can tell you, he couldn't take his eyes off my ruby either. And the next morning, poof, it was gone." "You can't possibly be suggesting my father stole your necklace." Prunella leaned forward so that Olive could smell the excess of wine on her breath. "Well, he stole something, that's for sure." I'll leave you to decide what it was. The clawing sensation had turned into a kind of drumbeat, and Olive realized it was her own pulse, knocking in her ears. Don't ask, don't ask. That won't be necessary. I know my father's character very well. Prunella sniffed and straightened away from the desk. As you like. I'd hate to murder your illusions, after all, when you've got so little left to you. The clock chimed softly, midnight. That's me, I suppose, said Prunella. Papa's got the congratulatory toast all ready. Be sure to lock the door when you're finished. We'd hate for anyone to break in and see our private papers, after all. She laughed and turned for the door. The slim bar of light from the hallway illuminated the whiteness of her dress. And Olive? You will give your notice and leave this house by daybreak, do you understand? Or else I might be forced to whisper our little secret in an ear or two. Just imagine what my poor brother will say when he finds out the truth. To say nothing of your widowed mother. My mother already knows what I'm doing here. Oh, I don't mean that, little thing, Olive. I mean the truth. The real reason my father dismissed the eminent Mr. Van Alen without his fee. And the reason your father didn't object. Because he couldn't, Olive wanted to scream. Because he couldn't get another commission if he did. But screaming wouldn't help, would it? Screaming wouldn't unsay the words that hung in the air of the study. Wouldn't quell the drumbeat at the back of Olive's brain. Wouldn't wipe the self-satisfied smirk from Prunella Pratt's childlike face. Olive glanced down at the wine glass at the edge of the desk. And a young woman she didn't know reached out and took that glass by the stem. She blew out the candle and hurried to the door, through which Prunella Pratt had just swept, and she said, in a voice Olive didn't recognize, Miss Prunella, you forgot your wine. The noise came up like a physical object from the empty column of the grand stairway. Laughter and tinkling glass and violins. Prunella turned, and the brassy young woman who wasn't Olive, whom Olive didn't recognize but rather adored, dashed an arc of red burgundy across the splendid cream bodice of the Pratt engagement gown, not forgetting the dainty exposed curves of Miss Prunella's bosom to match the pretty pale pink flowers scattered over the satin. Olive set down the wineglass on the commode and turned away, toward the stairs to the 5th floor and the small door that led to the attic staircase. She jumped up the steps 2 at a time, stumbling once, her breath short and her head swimming. By the time she reached the last landing, she could hardly see the door before her. She hardly noticed that it was not closed, but ajar. Not dark, but gently lit. Olive, there you are. Harry's arms. Harry's shoulder against her forehead. For an instant she let herself rest. The black wool was so sleek against her hot skin. And then she pushed away. Aren't you going to be missed downstairs? Probably. I don't care. Why? What's wrong? You should go back. There are at least a dozen pretty girls waiting for a kiss. I don't know how you'll choose among them. Oh, Olive, don't be foolish. He reached for her again. You can't possibly think. Of course I can think. I can think very clearly. All night I watched you dance with them, while I served the champagne and fended off. She was running out of outrage, running out of strength altogether. She just wanted to sleep. She wanted to go to sleep and not wake up, to never have to wake up to the questions hurting the back of her head. Harry's face grew stern. Fended off what, Olive? Did someone offend you? Is that what's wrong? No, it's just... She touched the filigree chain at her throat and tugged the necklace free, so that the ruby glittered against her black chest. This necklace... Where did you get it?" Harry stepped close and cupped his hands around her head. "From my mother, Olive. She gave it to me a year ago, New Year's Day. She said I was to keep it for her and give it one day to the lady I loved with all my heart, the love of my life, you, Olive." He bent and kissed her lips. "I kept looking for you tonight. Did you know that? Every time they put another doll in my arms to dance with, I looked around for you. I've been miserable. You didn't look miserable. You looked delighted with the company you had. And do you know how miserable that made me, having to pretend? Having to wear that damned mask to be the son they expect?" He shook his head. "No more, Olive. Not another day. I've decided. We're not going to wait for June. We're going to leave right now, tomorrow morning. I can't stand another day of this. Watching you suffer, helpless to step in and say, 'She's mine.' So, I'm not going back to college. I'm not going to wait for graduation. I've got a bit of money saved, enough to get us started until the trust comes through. We'll be free, Olive." She pulled back. "I can't. Harry, my mother, she depends on my wages." "Why, then we can send for her too, or send her money. Please, Olive." He reached for her hand. "Listen to me. There's another thing. I've been a blackguard this past week, head over heels, a careless blackguard who's put you in a very particular sort of danger, and I'm afraid, well, I was thinking that it's possible, it's not entirely inconceivable that, or even likely, well, that we can't wait so long as June. Do you understand what I mean?" Olive stared at the neat line of gold studs marching down Harry's shirt. His words ran past her ears, too much to comprehend, because her mind kept returning to the thing it should not, the thing she dreaded to know. She said softly, "You said your mother gave you the necklace on New Year's Day?" "Yes, I remember it well." He hesitated. "She and my father had had an argument of some kind right after the party. She was upset. She said that the necklace had been given to her in love, and that she was passing it on to me in the hope that I should find such a love one day, and I didn't want to take it at the time. I thought she was giving it to me on an impulse, because she and my father had had an argument, but she insisted. And she was right." He lifted Olive's hand and kissed each fingertip. "We shall be so much happier than my parents were, darling." "Why? How do you know that?" "Because no two people in a million have the kind of connection we have. The connection we both felt from the instant we first saw each other up on the attic stairs. If we walked away from this house today and went our separate ways, if God led us to marry others and live our lives without ever seeing each other again, I would always know who you were. I would always know you in my heart." She couldn't speak. Not a word, not a syllable, not a single vowel. He touched the curve of her ear. "Dearest, practical Olive, be reckless for once." "I already have been reckless. I have been very reckless indeed." "Stay with me tonight, here in our room. In the morning you can pack up your things. We'll go to your mother's house and explain everything. I'll book us passage on the first ship out. There's nothing to stand in our way." Nothing. And everything, Olive thought. Everything in the world. "You can't say no. You know all this as well as I do, only you're too practical to say it out loud. So I'll say it for us. We're in love, and we're going to run away together. Do you hear me, Olive? Say it. Say, 'I love you, Harry.'" He was so beautiful. She loved his cheekbones, His jaw, the wave of hair in his forehead, the small bump on the bridge of his nose, his lips, his eyes that gazed down at her in such priceless sincerity. She could see her own reflection in them. The way she looked at Harry, her adoration hopeless and eternal. He bent to her ear. "You can whisper it if you like." Well, what was the point in denying it? She had nothing else to give him. Olive linked her hands at the back of his warm neck and lifted herself on her toes. "I love you, Harry." Chapter 24. July 1920. Lucy. He didn't love her. A heat haze rose from the streets, obscuring Lucy's vision. Or maybe it was the fine mist of tears she refused to shed. What a fool she was, to think herself in love with a man she had known for, what, all of 2 weeks? Less than that, even. When all along, all he had wanted was to know more about the Pratt family. There was a certain irony to that, but Lucy wasn't in the mood to appreciate it. "It was before I knew you," he had said, as he followed her to the L, dogging her footsteps, his broad frame casting a dark shadow against the sidewalk in front of her. "You feel it too, don't you?" Lucy did. She couldn't deny that she did. That was part of why she'd left him there on the L platform, his words lost in the din of the oncoming train. He'd been gentleman enough not to follow her onto the train. "Whatever you want," he had said. But she didn't know what she wanted, not really, not anymore. She had thought, once, that finding Harry Pratt was all she wanted, that being reunited with her real father might fill the hole in her heart left by her father's death. But the more Lucy learned about the Pratts, the less she wanted to know them. She had imagined Harry Pratt as the prince in a fairy tale, golden, shining, the embodiment of all the virtues, separated from her mother only by some cruel tragedy. So much for high romance. From what she had heard of the Pratts, her father had probably died in a drunken brawl, like his brother. And, even if he hadn't, even if he were still alive somewhere, it seemed highly unlikely he would welcome her with open arms, acclaiming her the lost daughter of his heart. The Pratts didn't seem to care for anyone but themselves. The Pratts had brought her nothing but misery, Lucy thought bitterly. She hated the thought of going back to their house, to that cold marble monument to lost social standing. If any echoes of her parents lurked within those paneled walls, she hadn't found them. Maybe it was time to throw it all in, Lucy thought wildly. Resign her job at Cromwell, Polk and Moore. She couldn't go back there anyway. Not now. Not when Philip Schuyler was hiding from her in Philadelphia. He was a partner. She was a secretary. If one of them had to go, it wasn't difficult to guess which. She couldn't go back to Brooklyn, to the woman she had believed was her grandmother. That life was closed to her now. And Charleston, that glittering mirage of a future that John Ravenel had held out to her, that was gone now, as swiftly as it had come. Perhaps they needed good secretaries in California. It was as far away as she could think to go. And why not? There was nothing to hold her to New York. "Lucy." She was so lost in her own thoughts that she heard his voice before she saw him, Philip Schuyler, sitting on the steps of Stornoway House like a schoolboy playing hooky from school. He rose as she approached, stepping forward to meet her. "Lucy, I need to talk to you." Lucy's head was spinning with heat and confusion. "How did you know where I live?" "Your file," said Philip, as though it were the most natural thing in the world to show up on her doorstep. "I need to speak to you." Lucy glanced nervously at the windows of the house. "Won't it keep until Monday? This isn't a conversation I want to be having in the office." But you can't be here. The idea of having a personal discussion in the boarding house lounge with the other girls reading magazines and eavesdropping and Agatha drying her stockings on a rail made Lucy cringe. "Matron, I'll square it with Matron," said Philip Schuyler, with casual arrogance. "I was in and out of this house long before it was a boarding house. But if it makes you uncomfortable, we can go somewhere else." "Yes, I think that would be best." Lucy was too rattled to argue. "There's a coffee shop on Lexington." "Coffee it is," said Philip Schuyler, and offered her his arm. Lucy hesitated only for a moment before taking it, but that moment was a moment too long. "I won't bite, you know. Not this time," he added wryly. Lucy grimaced. "I hadn't thought—" "I'm sorry." She had been so wrapped up in her own worries that she hadn't noticed how tired he looked. His usually impeccably shaved chin glinted with blonde stubble. Light gold flecks, thought Lucy, picking her way across Park Avenue. With the Schuylers, even stubble turned to gold. Unlike the Pratts, who seemed to be able to turn gold to lead. "I wish I could say that I was sorry." Philip looked down at her, his eyes serious beneath the brim of his hat. "I ought to be sorry, but I find that I can't be. You may not realize it, but you gave me a great gift." Something about the way he was looking at her, so serious, so unlike himself, made Lucy nervous. "A hangover? That I gave to myself. And very foolish it was, too." He held open the door for her to precede him into the coffee shop. Lucy could tell by the twitch of his nostrils that he didn't think much of it, of the cracked white pottery sugar bowls and the dingy mats on the tables. But he didn't utter a word of protest. Instead, he ushered Lucy to a table, as if they were at the Ritz, and she in a long gown and jewels. "2 coffees, 1 with milk, 2 sugars, 1 with just milk," Philip ordered without waiting for her to speak. Lucy looked up at him in surprise. "You remember how I take my coffee?" Removing his hat, Philip ran a hand through his blonde hair. "Is that so startling?" Lucy ducked her head. "I didn't think. It's usually the secretary who remembers her employer's preferences, not the other way around." Philip caught her eye. "I know now that you don't like gin." Lucy winced. "Must we discuss that? Please, can't we pretend it never happened?" "Would you pretend the sun never rose or the moon never shone?" "Forgive me, I'm a bit punchy. It's been a long few days. I had a lot of thinking to do." Wouldn't he hurry up and get to the point? Lucy found herself twisting with impatience on the grimy seat of the chair. All she wanted was to get back to the quiet of her stuffy attic room and take off her sweaty stockings and lie on her lumpy bed, where it was dark and quiet, and where there were no John Ravenels or Philip Schuylers, where she could close her eyes and pretend she was 10 again, in her own room decorated with the mural her mother had painted. Philip Schuyler was still speaking, in his beautiful boarding school voice, the sort of voice that Lucy had thought she wanted to have, that now, after John Ravenel's mellifluous tones, sounded slightly nasal, slightly affected. Not that it was affected. He spoke that way naturally. He was Philip Schuyler. "I know this is sudden," he was saying, "but marry me." Whatever fog she had been in, that cleared it with a vengeance. "I'm sorry?" Lucy stuttered. "I must have misheard. Did you say—" Philip Schuyler leaned forward. "Marry me, Lucy. This week, this year, I don't care when, just marry me." Lucy stared at him. He didn't seem drunk. Not like last Wednesday, but... "Are you under the influence?" "I'm not under the influence. Not that sort of influence, at any rate. And he wasn't. His eyes were bleary as if he had been up all night, and his jaw showed a faint and entirely unprecedented sprinkling of gold hairs. But his voice was clear, and his hand was steady. Lucy could smell coffee on him, but not the slightest betraying whiff of spirits. "Do you really think I would have to be inebriated to have the good sense to fall in love with you?" "A penniless secretary. I'm not sure anyone would call that good sense. Or love. How could Philip Schuyler love her? He barely knew her. Although, Lucy realized with surprise, he knew her a great deal better than John Ravenel did. They had worked together day by day, hour by hour, for weeks now. He knew how she liked her coffee and that she got cranky if she waited too long for her lunch. Why was it, then, that when John Ravenel asked her to move to Charleston after 3 meetings, she had wanted to fling her arms around his neck and shout yes? Unlike Philip Schuyler, he had never mentioned marriage. "I've been a fool, Lucy." Philip's gold ring glinted in the sunlight that filtered through the grimy window. "I've known for a while now that I wasn't in love with Dee Dee. I'm not even sure I like her much. I don't know if I've ever liked her, but I thought that she was the sort of woman I was meant to marry." "She is the sort of woman you're meant to marry," said Lucy. Her voice felt scraped from the back of her throat. "Someone beautiful, someone accomplished. Accomplished in what? Spending her father's money? I saw what my father's marriage was like. Not my mother. I don't remember my mother, not much." He was silent for a moment, and Lucy, despite herself, felt a pang of pity. How odd, how very odd to be pitying Philip Schuyler. "But I do remember Prunella. She needed constant compliments, constant attendance, constant gifts. She was the center of the world, and everyone was expected to revolve around her." "Doesn't she still?" said Lucy. "True. Only now there are fewer left to orbit around her. What I'm trying to say is, she was an ornament, not a partner. I could marry someone because she decorates a ballroom." He looked up at Lucy. "Or I could marry someone like you. Someone strong, someone sensible." Lucy wasn't entirely sure that was a compliment. "You make me sound like an old pair of shoes." "That wasn't what I meant." Philip's eyes crinkled ruefully. "If you'll believe it, I was once accounted rather debonair." "I believe it." If he was being honest, so could she. "I've been half in love with you." "Only half?" Lucy struggled to put her feelings into words. "I think to be truly in love, there has to be some measure of understanding." That was what her parents, for all their virtues, had never had. Her father had admired her mother without ever truly understanding her, and her mother had relied on her father without appreciating him. There had been a gulf between them that couldn't be bridged by all the goodwill in the world. Philip put a hand out, not touching her, just near her. "I think we understand each other pretty well. We certainly work well together." Lucy shook her head. She felt as though she had just tumbled into the wrong story. The prince had proposed to the goose girl, but the goose girl wasn't a princess in disguise. She was an entirely different sort of imposter. "There's a great deal you don't know about me." Philip turned his cup around on its chipped saucer. "I know that you speak your mind, even when it might be easier to remain silent. I know that you won't let me, sit on a shelf and collect dust like some trophy. You challenge me. You make me a better person, a better lawyer, too." When Lucy didn't respond to his smile with one of her own, he said simply, "I want to be the man you see in me." Was that how he saw her? Purely as a mirror for his own better self? In that case, he was due to be disappointed when he stopped to look more closely and realized that his mirror was cracked, that she had lied to him, just as John Ravenel had lied to her. It was time to have it all out, every last bit of it. What more, after all, did she stand to lose? Taking a deep breath, Lucy said, "I'm afraid you've been deceived in me. I'm not what I've said I am. I've been lying to you." "Are you the lost princess of Ostrovia? I've always rather fancied myself as prince consort." He would make a lovely prince consort, all shiny braid and polished buttons. Lucy shook her head. "My ancestral home is a bakery in Brooklyn. My real name isn't Young. It's Jungmann." She looked defiantly at Philip Schuyler, waiting for the condemnation to follow. "Is that all?" Philip leaned back in his chair, relief written in his posture. "My maternal grandfather was named Hochstetter. From Hamburg, or thereabouts. He changed it to Howland when he brought the family shipping business over to America. You anglicized your name. It's been done before. There's more. Her name was the least of it. I wasn't entirely frank about my reasons for wanting employment at Cromwell, Polk & Moore. I wanted access to the Pratt papers." In a rush, Lucy said, "No one could ever understand why my mother married my father. She was a lady, a Van Alen, and my father was just a greengrocer, but my grandmother said, 'I think Harry Pratt might be my father.'" "Oh." To his credit, after the first stunned moment, Philip took the announcement in stride. His lean face was thoughtful. "Harry. He was the younger twin. He disappeared right before Prunella married my father. There was something of a stink about it. That would have been in '93, the year I was born," said Lucy quietly. "I was born in November of 1893. "I see." Philip cocked his head. "That would make you my, what, step-cousin? I think we can get a dispensation." He was joking again, always joking. "You don't understand. I lied to you. I came to work for you under false pretenses." She blurted out the worst of it. "When you weren't in the office, I went through your files." "You're my secretary. It's your job to go through my files." When Lucy didn't crack a smile, Philip leaned forward, taking her hands in his. "I think it's very gallant of you to come clean. But none of this makes a difference. Not to me. It wasn't as though you were trying to embezzle money from the firm. You just wanted to know about your heritage, and who wouldn't?" Lucy bit her lip, torn by his kindness. "I'm beginning to think I shouldn't. Nothing I hear about the Pratts makes them sound terribly likable." Philip was still holding her hands, his grip loose, undemanding. "If it helps," he said. "Harry was the best of the lot of them. I was a snotty boy of 8. I can't have been much of a joy to have around, but Harry, he saw me sitting there by myself at the back of the room. I'd been told to sit still and mind my manners, no speaking until spoken to and all that. But he came over to me. He drew a picture for me. A picture." A little shiver ran down Lucy's spine. "A goose walked over my grave," her mother would say. A faint, reminiscent smile curved Philip's lips. "I'd nearly forgotten that day. I can't remember quite what he said, something about guessing that I wished I were outside doing anything but sitting in that room. because he wished he was anywhere but in that room, and right there, just like that, he whipped out a sketch pad and drew me flying a kite in Central Park. It was a very good likeness, too. Lucy thought of her mother, of the mural on Lucy's bedroom wall. "Mine is only a second-hand talent," she had said. He was an artist? Philip shrugged. Artistic, at any rate. His family wasn't the type to encourage that sort of talent. They were grubby, money-grubbing, he clarified, with the easy arrogance of generations of inherited wealth. Old Henry August Pratt didn't approve of anything that didn't translate into dollars and cents, but Harry, he was different. Glancing up at Lucy, he added, "I might still have that sketch somewhere, if you'd like it." Lucy's throat was tight. She'd lied to Philip Schuyler. She'd deceived him. And here he was, offering her a piece of his past. Of her past. "Thank you. You don't know anything about what happened to Harry Pratt?" "No one does." He leaned forward, his eyes intent on hers. "If this matters to you, we can get someone on it. Even after this many years, a good private detective should be able to follow his trail. That is, if you want to know." He spoke with such easy authority. And Lucy knew without questioning that if she were to say yes, within hours the wheels would be put in motion, all of Philip Schuyler's considerable resources placed at her disposal. It was a heady taste of what it would be to be Mrs. Philip Schuyler. And also terrifying. "I don't know," Lucy said, honestly. "I thought all I wanted in the world was to find my real father, but now I don't know." "You don't have to make any decisions now," Philip said. And Lucy knew he wasn't just talking about Harry Pratt. Sleep on it. "It's kept for this many years. What's a few days more?" "If I refused you, would you still find my father for me?" Lucy wanted to ask. But she already knew the answer. Philip Schuyler might be many things, but he wasn't petty. Lucy looked at him, at his pale blue eyes, and the nose that was just a shade too long and thin. Dee Dee Shippen doesn't know what she's losing, does she? "From her point of view," said Philip wryly, "an apartment on Park, an Italianate villa on the Hudson, and an allowance of $5,000 a year. And a suitably dressed man on her arm for social occasions." Lucy pushed back her chair, rising to her feet. "Then she didn't deserve you." Philip tossed some money on the table. The tip, Lucy noticed, was probably twice what their server earned in a week. "And what about you, Lucy?" It would be so convenient if she were in love with Philip Schuyler, as she had fancied herself 2 weeks ago. She knew him better now. She liked him better now. But she didn't love him. If liking could make love... But then, that was what her father had hoped, wasn't it? And look how that had turned out. Lucy fumbled with her gloves. "I have a great deal of thinking to do." "All right, I won't push you." Philip grinned a crooked grin. "Or attempt to ply you with gin, but I can't promise I won't ask again." "You'll think better of it in a week," said Lucy, as they stepped back out into the July sunshine. "I'm not so fickle as that." With a tip of his hat, he dropped her back at her door. "I'll see you on Monday." Who was that? It was Maud, one of the other women who roomed at Stornoway, on her way out in a new hat and shoes with a strap. He looked rich. "Just my boss," said Lucy, quickly. "If my boss looked like that," said Maud. Lucy waved to her and quickly let herself in through the front door, into the house where her mother had fallen in love with a man named Harry Pratt. "What should I do, Mama? What happened to you? Why did you choose as you did?" but the marble stones of the old house were silent. There was only the staircase, spiraling up, up, up to eternity, around and around, like time, circling and circling, always coming back to the same point. Lucy's thoughts went around and around in a similar spiral. John and Philip, and Philip and John. John had lied to her. Philip had proposed to her. But it was John whom her heart yearned for. John with whom she felt as though she had found a missing piece of herself. And could she really condemn him for lying to her? She had done the same. And for the same reason. If Philip Schuyler could forgive her, why couldn't she forgive John Ravenel? When I saw it on you. He had seen her necklace and assumed she was part of Prunella Pratt's scheme, whatever that scheme might be. But was the necklace on the lady in his father's picture really the same as the one around her neck? And if so, how had it come to be there? There was a telephone booth just next to the concierge desk. Fishing in her purse, Lucy put a coin in the slot. "Can you connect me to the Waldorf, please?" "Just a moment," said the disembodied voice of the operator. There was a fly buzzing lazily next to the receiver. The sound seemed to blur into the whir of the wires. She could put the phone back now. Put the phone back and walk away. John Ravenel would go back to Charleston, and she could marry Philip Schuyler and have beautiful gowns and appear in the society pages. And wonder, always, if she had made the mistake of her life. There was a click. "Your party is on the line," said the operator. As someone else said, rather curtly, "Yes?" "Hello," Lucy said quickly, before she could think better of it. "Is this the Waldorf? I'd like to leave a message for Mr. John Ravenel." "Yes, Ravenel. Ravenel. Would you tell him that Miss Young would like to speak to him?"
Chapter 25. August 1944. Kate. A misty rain slicked the streets as I walked the short blocks from the subway stop. I was vaguely familiar with Brooklyn, having visited my paternal great-grandmother there infrequently as a child. She'd spoken with a heavy German accent and had seemed to barely tolerate my mother. I remembered her mostly by the scent of baking bread that clung to her like a perfume. She must have died before I was 10 years old, because I didn't remember the obligatory visits much past then. The neighborhood I found myself in now wasn't too dissimilar from the one of my memory, with the familiar stench of garbage and the sight of laundry floating like ghosts from lines stretched between buildings. I remembered with a certain fondness the predominant odors of sauerkraut and schnitzel that had always made me feel a part of my mother's life. That part before she met my father, and the brackets of disappointment that marked each side of her mouth had become permanent. I stood across from a 3-story brownstone with baby carriages parked out front on the sidewalk, a tired-looking mother jostling a screaming baby on her shoulder, taking turns patting the child's back and flicking ash from a cigarette dangling from her lips, seemingly impervious to the drizzle that dusted everything with a fine mist. I looked down at the crumpled piece of paper clutched in my gloved hands, double-checking that I was in the right place. Prunella Pratt Schuyler had responded to my request for a meeting with a short note scrawled out in bold script. It had been more of a summons than a response, telling me to be at this address at 4 o'clock Tuesday next. The expensive stationery was at jarring odds with the street on which I stood. The linen paper more appropriate to an Upper East Side debutante than to this Brooklyn neighborhood of immigrant families and the pungent scents of foreign foods. Remembering what Margie had discovered about Prunella in the society pages, I wondered if that false impression might have been intentional. I was quite certain this wasn't the same place I'd visited with my parents all those years ago. I had to assume that Prunella's fortune since my father's death had deteriorated drastically, at least to the point where she'd been forced to move to Brooklyn from the Upper East Side. Which, some might argue, would be a fate worse than death. I waited for a sputtering milk truck to pass and then crossed the street. The haggard mother barely noticed me as I passed her on the steps and entered through tall double doors into what might have once been an attractive foyer in a single residence. But now the black and white marble tiles of the floor were cracked and stained, the plaster ceiling moldings mostly missing or water-spotted, the fireplace surround absent, presumably salvaged to grace a more deserving residence. I almost left the building again to check the address one more time, but stopped myself. I recalled the rest of the information Margie had discovered in the newspaper archives about the demise of the Pratt family fortunes related to bad railroad investments, and then the blow the Schuyler family fortune had sustained during the crash of '29. For a woman like Prunella, who since birth had been brought up and schooled to be nothing more than a society hostess, to end up in a place like this, far away from the familiar world of her youth, it must have been humbling indeed. The sound of a couple arguing tumbled down the narrow stairs in front of me, the dark green runner of which was threadbare and filthy. A baby cried somewhere in the building, while an out-of-tune piano plunked out a scale behind the door to my right. I looked again at the note in my hand. Apartment 1B. The door opposite the piano, with the peeling white paint and only a shadow of where a number 1 must have once been attached. I hesitated only a moment before raising my hand and knocking, the sound slightly muted by my glove. I heard a movement inside, like the barest brush of satin against wood, and then nothing. I took off my glove and knocked again with all 4 knuckles. This time I heard light but quick footsteps, followed by the sound of several locks being unlatched before the doors slowly opened. 2 large green eyes beneath a mop of white curly hair peered out at me through the space between the door and frame. "Mrs. Schuyler?" "Aunt Prunella, it's Kate. Kate Schuyler, Philip's daughter." The door widened and the woman stepped back, revealing an old-fashioned and ill-fitting black maid's uniform complete with starched white apron and cap. Her wide smile alone would have been enough to tell me it wasn't my Aunt Prunella, but when she opened her mouth and words that danced with an Irish brogue fell from her tongue, I knew for certain. "Och, no, I'm Mona, the maid." She leaned forward conspiratorially and whispered, "Herself is still abed, too delicate to leave her room in such weather. Between you and me, she's the constitution of a bear and will outlive us all." She closed the door behind me. "She told me not to offer refreshments, but you look like you could use a nice cup of tea. I'll bring some in just a moment." She jerked her head to the left. "Herself is right through that door. Give a knock first, or we'll both be hearing about it." I watched Mona waddle away toward another door I assumed led to a kitchen, the tight black fabric stretched and shiny across her back. I wondered if she'd once worked for the Pratts and had stayed with Prunella not necessarily out of loyalty, but because she had no other options. I took a quick assessment of the room around me, familiar only because of the furniture. It seemed bigger here, out of place in the tiny apartment, with china figurines and objets d'art cluttering the heavy dark wood of the oversized pieces. Small paths had been carved between 3 large sofas, and various accent tables and bookcases to allow passage from one room to the next, giving the room the appearance of the ocean's surface after the sinking of a large ship, the debris scattered haphazardly without thought of placement or usefulness. It struck me as incredibly sad how this was all that remained of a once glamorous and privileged life, the beauty of all these things diminished by the peeling wallpaper and faded draperies of the drab apartment. My father had managed Prunella's finances until his death, which must have precipitated her move across the river. A move she must have loathed, and probably still did. I almost turned away then, to let myself out of the door and into the rain-cleansed air. "Mona? Who was that? I hope you're not keeping the door open too long. I don't want to catch a draft and be chilled," The voice hadn't changed in all those years. The same imperious intonations, the perfect finishing school accent. It reminded me of my father's grimace as he told me that we had to visit Aunt Prunella again. I'm a grown woman. A doctor, no less, I reminded myself. I lifted my hand and knocked, and without waiting for a response, pushed the door open. I didn't see her at first. The small bedroom was the repository of an enormous mahogany four-poster bed and the largest armoire I'd ever seen. An oversized Victorian dresser and settee were crammed into the tiny room, making it easy to miss the diminutive woman propped up against overstuffed pillows in the bed. She was even smaller than I remembered, as if the passing years had pushed out pieces of stuffing. Aunt Prunella? She squinted at me. Move closer so I can see you. I moved 2 steps closer to the bed. Closer. I don't know why you insist on standing across the room. I bit back a smile, suspecting that vanity was the reason for her lack of eyeglasses. I moved so that my legs pressed against the side of the mattress. She didn't say anything for a while, her sharp blue eyes examining me closely, as a jeweler might examine various stones to determine their worthiness. Lifting her eyes to mine, she said, Kate, did you say? I remember you as a little girl, of course. You have the look of your mother, the same heart-shaped face with that pronounced widow's peak. It was clear she hadn't meant it as a compliment. My father used to say that too, although I wasn't sure I agreed. My mother was a beautiful woman. Was? I nodded. She died a few years ago. If I thought she'd offer condolences, I would have been disappointed. I looked around for a chair, but the settee was across the room, so I remained standing where I was. I'm afraid you and I lost contact after my father died. I was only recently made aware that you were still alive. As I explained in my letter, I'm a doctor at Stornoway Hospital, in the building I believe was the Pratt Mansion where you once lived. Her lips pressed together so tightly that the blood leached from them, leaving them so pale that her mouth seemed to disappear altogether. Yes, I lived there for a short time before my marriage. Her words were cold and clipped, as if to say, and this is where I live now. I forced myself to smile. I believe I found a gown that once belonged to you. It was in the attic in an armoire. It's exquisite, with tiny pink roses on it, and the tiniest waist. It has your name embroidered inside of it. Her face softened, allowing me to glimpse the beautiful young girl she must have once been, before the disappointments of her life had overshadowed the good parts. I wore that gown to my engagement party. My photograph was in all the society pages for weeks afterward. Her lips curved upward in a smile. Her thoughts turned inward, making me wonder what it was like to live one's life looking backward. I could return it to you, if you'd like to have it back. Although it has a terrible stain on the front, I think it might be wine. Her eyes snapped, her eyes hard as they regarded me. Yes, it's wine. A stupid and clumsy maid spilled it on me, ruined it completely. Eager to change the subject, I said, I found some sketches of Harry's, too. Your brother was quite talented. She gave a quick shake of her head, as if she'd just tasted something bitter. He was a hobbyist, nothing more, but he somehow got it into his head that he wanted to be an artist. Father set him straight, of course. Pratts did not become artists. It just wasn't done. I shifted on my feet, uncomfortable to be standing next to her bed and having this conversation. She made no offer to find a chair for me, and I was not going to sit on the side of the bed. It seemed as if we were waiting the other out. I cleared my throat. I understand that Harry disappeared around the same time as your marriage. Did you ever find out what happened to him? She turned toward the window, the dim light reflected in her eyes. No, he simply left. Never even said goodbye. She paused. I would have liked to see him again, I think. It might have been the trick of the light, but her eyes appeared to mist, becoming twin pools of shallow blue water. I did something awful, and I would have liked to tell him how sorry I was. As if that could have changed anything. She paused for a moment before turning her pale eyes on me again, blinking as if suddenly realizing that she had spoken aloud, that she had finally acknowledged her wrongdoing. You will find, Kate, as I have, that sooner or later everyone leaves you until you are left quite alone with only disappointment and regrets for company. Mona entered the room, bustling about quickly, as if to deflect her mistress's icy stare. She placed a tray across Prenella's lap and began pouring tea from a silver pot into 2 mismatched spode china cups. I thought you might be parched, Miss Prunella, Mona said as she dropped 2 large teaspoons of sugar and a healthy dribble of cream into a cup and handed it to Prunella. The older woman took it grudgingly and began sipping. The windows of the room were shut, no doubt to block nuisance noises such as children and traffic, as well as the inevitable dirt and dust. But it also made the air stale and stifling, and I found I was indeed in need of refreshment. Mona poured a cup for me, and I took it, holding up my hand when she offered cream and sugar. Prunella seemed almost relieved, as if she budgeted her cream and sugar, but not, apparently, her stationery. I blew on my tea, wondering why I'd come. I'd already known she was related to Harry Pratt, but what else had I hoped to learn? Knowing what had happened to Harry wouldn't have solved the mystery of the miniature or the ruby necklace. They were simply unrelated elements, connected only by my own curiosity. And Cooper's. So why was I there? Maybe I'd come with the hope that once Prunella knew I was alive, we would make a connection based on our mutual loneliness. The war had taught me to treasure life and all the things that connected us as human beings. Prunella and I had no family except for each other. My gaze panned over the cluttered room as I sipped, taking in the cosmetics on the dressing table, and a crumbling bouquet of dried roses that listed languidly in a dome-shaped glass cover on a tall plant stand. Disappointment and regrets. I shivered despite the mugginess and continued my perusal of the room. A low bookcase sat beneath one of the windows, where a large leather-bound volume was squeezed in between much smaller books. I paused with my cup held to my lips, remembering the book from my childhood visits. Aunt Prunella, is that your scrapbook? She saw where I indicated and elicited a bored sigh. Yes, it is. My mother clipped every article about me from my debutante ball through my wedding. I thought it was quite tiresome, but she insisted. A spark lit her eyes, belying her ennui. May I see it? I asked, already walking toward the bookcase. If you must. But don't take too long. I need my rest. I looked back and saw Mona rolling her eyes. After placing my cup and saucer on top of the bookcase, I slid the thick volume from its place and brought it back to the bed. Mona cleared the tea set before excusing herself for a moment. She returned with a kitchen stool that she placed next to Prunella as I settled the scrapbook against the older woman's scrawny knees. The glowing young woman in the aged photographs was barely recognizable as the same woman in the bed beside me. I calculated that Prunella would be about 70 years old now, but her air of frailty and helplessness added years to her age. I wondered if disappointment and regret could do that to a person, could etch themselves into the curves and planes of a young girl's face, like Time's library stamp. I let her turn the pages with her still elegant hands, listening to her stories of what it was like for her in the latter part of the last century, to imagine Stornoway Hospital as the glittering mansion it had once been, seeing her handsome brothers in their formal wear dancing with beautiful women at the various balls the Pratt family had hosted in their short stay in the mansion on East 69th Street. It made me nostalgic for something I had never known, but felt a connection to nevertheless. I was thinking of an excuse to leave when she turned the page to reveal a large article and photographs that filled facing pages. There was an inset photo of the entire Pratt family in formal attire, posing in front of the familiar circular stairs of the mansion. I pointed to the tall and handsome, fair-haired young man standing next to a younger Prunella, his smile full of mischief. "Is this Harry?" She nodded, her finger gently brushing the clipping. "He was so handsome, wasn't he? Gus was handsome, too," she said, tapping the image of another blonde young man, who was still nice to look at, yet lacked whatever spark his brother seemed to have. "But Harry," she sighed. "My mother used to say he hung the moon in the sky, and if you'd known him, you might even agree." I leaned closer, studying his eyes. I examined the curve of his jaw and the way his nose was a little too thin and a little too long, but which made it all the more arresting in his otherwise perfect features. "He looks familiar," I said, leaning back to get a better perspective. "He should," Prunella said indignantly. "We favored each other." I looked at her and nodded. "Of course," I said, knowing that wasn't it at all. The larger photo was taken at Prunella's engagement ball. A full orchestra was set up at one end of the ballroom, which was currently being used as examining areas for the patients, with cots running the length of the gilded room. Some of the couples were blurred as they swirled around the floor. Smudges of white from ladies' gloves resting on the shoulders of black-frocked gentlemen. I recognized an older version of Prunella, the mother from the smaller photo, holding court near the punch table. I leaned in closely and felt my breath stop. Standing directly behind Mrs. Pratt was a young woman in a maid's uniform almost identical to the one Mona currently wore. Except this uniform was new and crisp and fit the slender form of the woman who wore it. She had dark hair pinned up beneath a white cap, and her gaze was fixed on the tray of champagne glasses that she gripped with both hands, as if she were unaccustomed to serving. Despite the pressing heat in the room, I felt a chill dance up my spine and take residence at the nape of my neck. It wasn't that the woman resembled me. It wasn't even that she was a dead ringer for the woman in the miniature portrait that belonged to Cooper, and had once been his father's and his father's before him. It was the dark stone necklace that hung on the outside of the uniform, the delicate chain tangled in the neck of her dress, as if some exertion had coerced it from its hiding place, and it had become stuck in the high collar. It took me a moment to find the words in my dry mouth. "This maid, with the necklace. Do you know who she is?" Prunella leaned forward and squinted, her eyes then widening in apparent recognition as her expression changed to a scowl. "Her name was something like Olivia or Olivette or something." She shook her hand like she was shooing a fly. "Something common." I forced my voice to remain steady. "And she worked as a maid for your family? At the house on 69th Street? Her lips formed a single line of disapproval. "She thought she was one of us because her father had been an architect. But blood does tell in the end, doesn't it? My father discovered some horrible things about him and dismissed him, hoping he'd just go away. But the fool killed himself, and his daughter was left to believe that she'd been slighted. The one thing I do know is that she was a thief. She stole that necklace from me, and she disappeared with it before I could get it back." "The stone in the necklace. Was it a ruby?" She gave a small shrug. "I suppose so. It was dark red and had belonged to my mother, so I assume it was a valuable stone like a ruby." I had been about to show her the ruby that was at that moment hanging around my own neck, had even reached toward the top button of my blouse. But I stopped. I replaced my hands in my lap, watching as they trembled. "What sorts of things was her father accused of?" "Adultery, for one. With a client's wife, no less. Both father and daughter deserved what they got." I stared at her for a long moment, realizing that she didn't know that Olive was my grandmother or that her own stepson had married the daughter of an apparent thief, a maid. Was this the reason for my mother's secrets? I stood, my knees shaking, desperate to leave. "I should go," I said, "and let you rest. I appreciate you taking the time to see me." She looked almost disappointed, as if she didn't get visitors very often, and I felt an unwelcome stab of pity for her. Disappointment and regrets. Before I could stop myself, I said, "I'll come back if you like. You can show me the rest of the scrapbook." Her face seemed to brighten, transforming it. "That would be appropriate," she said. "Just please be sure to let us know when you'll be here to ensure it's at a convenient time." If I hadn't been still reeling from what I'd just learned, I might have laughed. "Of course. Thank you again," I said, then said goodbye to Prunella and her maid. I nearly stumbled in my haste to get through the outer door, then paused on the outside steps as I sucked in lungfuls of fresh, clean air that didn't taste like bitter regret. I sat at the desk in Dr. Greeley's office behind a pile of paperwork, happy for the distraction. He'd seemed surprised when I'd volunteered to tackle the ever-growing pile, but I knew he'd never guess the reason why I chose to hide in a place in which Cooper Ravenel would never think to look. I'd been avoiding him since the night we'd spent together. Seeing him walking with Caroline was too painful, and would have completely dissipated the fantasy cloud I'd created where it was just Cooper and me, and no war or fiancés or futures that didn't involve the other. I found myself dreading his release almost as much as I anticipated it, eager to put the pain behind me. I'd have to take the advice I always gave to my patients, to look forward to each day that took you beyond the pain, that healing would eventually come. I only wished the healing wouldn't hurt so much. There was a brief knock on the door, and Nurse Hathaway stepped inside, closing it softly behind her. "I'm sorry to bother you, Doctor, but I have something for you, and I didn't think you'd want anybody else to see." I sat back in my chair and watched as she placed a small stack of papers on the desk in front of me. "What?" I stopped, confused for a moment. They were sketches of a woman with dark hair and a heart-shaped face, nude except for the familiar necklace she wore around her neck. I recognized the fireplace in the attic room and the mullioned windows, and for a moment I thought it was me. Or, I realized for the first time, my mother. Our coloring had been different, but she'd had the same widow's peak, the same shape of the face, as had her mother. "Captain Ravenel asked me to give them to you. He said he found them in the drawer of the Chinese cabinet in the attic. He wanted you to know that he'd opened the locked drawer and that he didn't want these to end up in the wrong hands." Her face remained expressionless, but I thought I saw something in her eyes. "She looks like you," she said. I felt myself coloring. "Yes, she does, but it's not." I couldn't meet her eyes. It wasn't me in the sketch, but it could have been. "I know," Nurse Hathaway said. "The artist signed and dated it at the bottom. H. Pratt, 1892. She must have said something, but I wasn't listening. I was too mesmerized by the single signature. The bold H and P of the artist on the bottom corner of sketches of a woman who looked like my grandmother, wearing the necklace that had been stolen from Prunella Pratt. As if she hadn't said anything, I said, "Have you shown these to anybody else?" "No, Doctor, of course not. I understand it's a private matter and none of my concern." I flipped through the sketches, each one more detailed than the last, as if Harry Pratt had spent a lot of time studying his subject. Olive, my grandmother. I sat back in my chair again, regarding the young woman in front of me. "Why are you always so kind to me, Nurse Hathaway? You must know that I'm not a favorite among the nurses or doctors." She grinned broadly. "Because I want to be you. You're a fine doctor, one of the best I've worked with. You know who you are and what you want, and you never give anybody else permission to treat you like you're less than who you are." "Thank you," I said as I stood and gathered the sketches. I needed to speak with Cooper, to tell him about the necklace, about how my grandmother had been a maid in this building. Perhaps we would be able to figure out how the miniature came to be in his grandfather's possession. I might even tell him that my grandmother was a thief. But I would not allow him to stand too close, and I could not allow myself to want him to. I smiled at the nurse. "It's good to hear, even when I'm not so sure if I've made the right choices." She opened the door. "Well, that's the thing about choices, isn't it? There are always more to make. I've never seen a street where you couldn't cross to the other side." She smiled again, then headed out into the corridor, her feet tapping briskly against the marble. I'd made it out the door and was shutting it behind me when Dr. Greeley and Cooper emerged from another office down the hall. It was too late to return to the office or run down the stairs. Instead, I held the sketches behind my back and stood where I was while I waited for them to approach. Much as I imagined a small woodland animal waited in the middle of a road, staring at oncoming headlights. I stared at the small cleft in Cooper's chin, unable to meet his eyes. "Good afternoon, Captain. I hope you're well." "Very," he said. "Thanks to you." I felt myself coloring, and my gaze jerked up to meet his. And I immediately regretted it. Everything I was feeling, the euphoria, the loss, the regret, was mirrored in his eyes. Dr. Greeley sounded almost gleeful. "The captain is doing so well that I've just completed his final exam and am pronouncing him fit enough for discharge." Cooper cleared his throat. "Caroline and I are taking the train to Charleston tomorrow afternoon." I almost said that it was too soon, that I needed to talk to him about the sketches and the photo in Prenella's scrapbook, and how I'd suddenly realized why I thought Harry Pratt looked so familiar. But I couldn't, of course. It was too late. I needed to go, needed to get away as quickly as I could before I shattered into so many pieces that I could never put myself together again. "That's wonderful news," I said to the cleft in his chin, still unable to meet his eyes. The color of winter grass. I remembered thinking that the first time I'd seen him, and how now it seemed that I had seen them before, had always known him. "Goodbye, then," I said, spinning on my heel and racing toward the steps before I made a fool of myself. I headed outside onto the pavement and into the hot sunshine, wanting to feel anything except the sharp sting of regret that filled the cavity in my chest where my heart had once been.
Chapter 26. New Year's Day, 1893. Olive. All her life, Olive had wanted to stay up until midnight on New Year's Eve and experience the exact instant when the old year turned to the new, when the familiar date passed into history, never to be seen or known or smelled or touched again. Like death, she supposed, and those bright, exotic numbers that had once belonged to some impossibly distant future, 1893, imagine that, became your present reality. But Olive was an early riser by habit and had never managed to keep her eyes open past 11 o'clock. Since the age of 19, when her parents had first let her stay up in the parlor, she had always woken on the settee at 2 or 3 o'clock, covered by a kindly blanket and a thick haze of bemused disappointment. Until tonight. Like the rest of her life, New Year's Eve had now irreparably altered, and Olive lay wide awake as the clock struck midnight, and the entire house seemed to shudder with the celebration far below, in the magnificent second-floor drawing room, where everybody else in the world had gathered, except Olive and Harry. Harry, who lay against her now, the long shanks of his body resting heavily alongside hers, his breath stirring her hair. She thought he was asleep, They had made love swiftly, zealously, reaching a roaring climax within minutes of tumbling through the attic door, and then he had gone mortally quiet, so that she had listened for the thump of his heart to make sure he was still alive. "Happy New Year," she whispered, into the air that seemed to shiver under the weight of the new numbers, the new future that inhabited the room with them. The skylight soared directly above, each pane reflecting a faint image of their entangled nakedness. 100 Harrys, 100 Olives, brought together under the starry new night. But Harry didn't answer. As she suspected, he had fallen asleep. The minutes passed. The hours bled away. Harry slept abundantly, a deep and contented unconsciousness for which she envied him. Or did she? Maybe it was better not to sleep. Maybe it was better not to miss a single moment of this, of Harry's warm body united with hers. She wore nothing at all except the necklace. That was how Harry liked her best, without any clothes at all, not because he was lascivious, or maybe not only because he was lascivious, but because he hated to have anything come between his eyes and her skin, between his skin and her skin. Only the necklace, the central stone of which had slipped down the side of her neck and lay now on the cushion beneath, just touching the top of her collar. She imagined it glittering there, priceless and memorable, the token of Harry's love, just like the earrings on her mother's ears. Olive's father had loved her mother. Of course he had. But Olive had always known that her father had a boundless capacity for love, a talent for it. His heart was so large and ambitious. And he had been paid $1,000 on the 1st of December, and he had gone to a jeweler and seen a splendid set of rubies. Olive could picture it all, could actually see her father glowing with delight at all the beauty laid out before him. And he bought that set on an impulse with those $1,000, in the full and infinite optimism of his love. A pair of ruby earrings for his beloved wife. A matching necklace for his lover. His lover. Mrs. Henry August Pratt, the wife of his employer. The truth. It had been clawing for freedom at the back of Olive's head, as some sensible and logical part of her brain had put all the pieces together one by one. What she knew of her father, what she knew of the Pratts, the argument after Miss Prunella's debut, 1 year ago, the necklace that Mrs. Pratt had given tearfully afterward to her favorite son. It was given to her in love, Harry said, when everyone knew that couples like the Pratts didn't love each other, not really. Love and marriage were two entirely different objects to the Pratts, requiring two entirely different partners. And then, the day after that, the angry word refused on the final invoice for services rendered. Prunella's sneering voice. He stole something, that's for sure. And now the truth broke free at last, floating magically around Olive's head, bumping up against the sides of her skull. She hadn't seen her mother since Christmas Day. There was too much to do, readying the great house for the New Year's Eve ball, engaging in a passionate love affair under the noses of her employers. The fairyland she had inhabited this past week did not allow visits to narrow, shabby brownstone houses on the wrong side of the 4th Avenue railroad tracks. But Mrs. Van Allen would be expecting her to visit today. She would be expecting Olive to knock on the door in the early afternoon, and she would probably contrive to have that dear, respectable, dependable Mr. Jungmann in the parlor with her. "Just paying a call, Olive. Wasn't that nice of him?" What would Mrs. Van Allen do if Olive didn't walk through that door after all? If she received a note instead, explaining that Olive had run off to Italy to live in sin and sunshine with one of the Pratt boys. If a few days later Miss Prunella Pratt took her revenge for the whole affair, either by anonymous message or in person, and Mrs. Van Allen would know that her precious earrings were only half of a matched set. "We'll take her with us," Harry had said. But that was ridiculous. A dear and ridiculous fantasy, nearly as impossible as loving each other in the first place. Her mother would never agree, for one thing. Run off to Italy with your lover, indeed. And for another, how could such a project end in anything else than disaster? Inevitably life would take hold. Inevitably there would be babies and bills and arguments. Inevitably Harry would find out who she really was. Prunella would see to that. And the rosy glow with which he perceived her would sharpen to an ordinary, harsh daylight until she stood before him as she really was. And he would no longer adore her. And dear Harry, he was so good and true that maybe he wouldn't leave her, not after she had given everything up for him. He would feel some responsibility for the mistress he no longer loved, for the children he had recklessly fathered. But he would regret his youthful impulse, wouldn't he? When she stood exposed before him, the real Olive in all her human flaws. And she couldn't bear that, never to stand before him and see the disappointment in his eyes. Disappointment where until now she had seen only love, love of the purest possible distillation. No. She wanted to remember him like this, exactly as he was now, sated and trustful in her arms. Oh, but it had been beautiful while it lasted, hadn't it? She lifted her hand and sifted Harry's hair around her fingers, his golden waves that she loved. She stared and stared at the skylight and the ghostly reflection of the two of them together enrobed in each other. She had known pleasure, and she had known what it was to be fully and perfectly united with another human being. And surely that was enough to last a lifetime. Surely that was more than most people ever knew. She was lucky, really. At some point, the light began to stir below the unseen horizon. Olive lifted away the heavy arm that draped across her middle and slipped carefully out from under Harry's body. He stirred. "Come back," he said, reaching for her hand. "I have to go back, Harry. It's almost dawn." "It's all right." He was still half asleep. "It's New Year's Day. No one's awake." "Cook will be awake." He tugged on her hand. "Come back. Just another moment." She almost obeyed him. God help her, she almost gave in. But crawling back into Harry's embrace meant making love to him again, as inevitably as light poured from the sun, and she couldn't do that to him. It would be like telling him a lie, and she didn't want to end it with a lie. She bent down and kissed his forehead instead. "Go back to sleep." Harry closed his eyes, and his hand fell back into the blankets. Olive's body was exhausted, aching, but her mind remained painfully alert. She gathered up her scattered garments and put them on again, one by one, struggling a little with the corset, even though it was designed for a woman in service who had no servant of her own. For women like her. She pinned her hair back in its usual sedate knot, but she shoved her white cap in the pocket of her pinafore apron. When she was done, when there was not a single excuse for remaining, she stood by the door and allowed her gaze to travel along the brick walls, along the floor stacked with canvases, to the easel, to the drawings and paintings leaning against every possible vertical surface, to the careless bits and pieces of the artist's trade strewn about. She had tried to tidy it up for him once, but he had only laughed and told her to stop, because he wouldn't be able to find anything if she put it all away. Her gaze fell at last on the unfinished study for his mural, the one of St. George, every line of which was sewn into her memory. And for an instant, she saw it as a stranger might, a visitor off the street outside, unfamiliar with the artist and his studio and his work. She thought, in wonder, My God, he has such an immense talent, such a boundless imagination. And her chest hurt, because she saw his future spreading out before him, grand and ambitious and full of color, and she had no place in it. She turned away without looking at the man sprawled over the cushions near the dressing screen, his beautiful limbs covered by blankets that smelled faintly of turpentine and human love. The pain in her chest was already too great to bear. Harry was right. Nobody stirred in the great house as she crept down to the nunnery and changed into an ordinary dress, shivering as the chill air of her bedroom struck her bare arms. Outside the small window, Manhattan lay in cold and dirty quadrangles, shrouded in smoke from a million coal fires, so that you couldn't tell who was rich and who was poor, which block contained a single breathtaking Beaux-Arts mansion, and which contained a row of cramped and narrow brownstones. Sprawling, striving, charcoal-dusted Manhattan. How she hated it. How she loved it. She gathered up her petty belongings and put them into the small valise with which she had arrived here 2 months ago, on a November morning that now seemed like another lifetime. She settled her threadbare wool coat over her back and wrapped her muffler over the collar, and still she shivered a little. Maybe the cold wasn't on the outside after all. As she slipped down the staircase, she caught sight of the handsome Louis XIV's commode that stood near the study door, and she paused. The empty wineglass had already been removed by some industrious housemaid. Poor Prunella, she thought, and the word surprised her. Poor Prunella. But it was true. The fury in Olive's heart last night had ebbed into pity. Poor Prunella, trapped in her pretty gilded body, behind her pretty gilded face, with no way to break free from herself, no possibility of finding happiness even for a day, even for a single night, no possibility of redemption. Olive had come to a stop standing there on the landing, staring at the priceless piece of furniture before her. The rich golden detail was almost invisible in the smoky dawn that filtered from the dome at the top of the staircase. How perfectly silent the house lay. Each chair and beam and tendon, each square of marble and inch of plaster, seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for some extraordinary turn of destiny. Another thought came to her, through the stillness, that it was in her power, just now, to perform an act of grace. The study door was closed, but Olive opened it without hesitation. She was surprised to see that the room had not been attended to. Each paper lay exactly where she had left it last night. She arranged everything back in its neat leather portfolio, and put the portfolio back in its place. And when she was done, and the desk was tidy once more, she opened the topmost drawer with her key, and took out a sheet of fine écru stationery and a black fountain pen. If a man is wise, he will sell his assets in the P&R at the earliest opportunity. From A Well-Wisher. She left the paper on the desk in the center of the leather blotter. As Olive opened the small service door in the basement, then climbed up the iron staircase to the street, she heard sounds of life at last. A commotion was taking place on the street outside. A most untoward commotion, involving a delivery wagon and a number of men in a high state of furor. They were carrying something from the back of the wagon, long and thick, and wrapped in blankets, and as Olive paused in astonishment next to the small iron gate, a head lolled to the side from one end of the bundle, blonde-haired and blood-stained, and she realized that it belonged to Gus Pratt. "Why, what's happened?" she exclaimed, and one of the men turned and spoke in an Irish lilt. "Got himself in a wee bit of a brawl, didn't he, poor bugger? Knocked on the old head." "Is he alive?" "Only just, miss." Two of the men began to pound on the great double door, while the others hoisted Gus on their shoulders, in the manner of pallbearers. Olive clutched her valise and stared at Gus's senseless head, and she thought, so this is what the house was waiting for? She stood there until the door opened at last, and a cry sounded from within. The men hustled Gus inside, and the door slammed behind them, echoing down the empty street, into the dawn of the new year. Chapter 27. July 1920. Lucy. "Young!" It was Dottie, one of the other residents, shouting through Lucy's door. The door was closed, but the wood was thin, not like the thick oak of the doors downstairs. Lucy cracked the door open. "Yes?" She didn't much like Dottie, who had a rude laugh and a habit of leaving her stockings hanging in the bathroom. "Gentleman caller to see you," said Dottie. She jerked a thumb toward the stairs. "With matron." Lucy started to close the door. "I'll be right down." "Well, la-di-da," said Dottie, and flounced off in a wave of scent. With trepidation, Lucy pinned on her collar, straightened her cuffs, anchored the pins that held up her hair in a low knot on the back of her neck. There was something about the way Dottie had said, "gentleman," a leer, and a hint of envy. Philip had promised to give her time, but Philip was Philip and accustomed to being granted his every whim. Was that what she was? A whim? Lucy's fingers went automatically to the chain around her throat. Much, she suspected, as her mother had been to Harry Pratt. Philip had offered her answers, but she wasn't sure now that she wanted those answers, or the price she would have to pay for them. Lucy shook her head at herself as she started down the narrow back stairs. What a fool she was. Most women wouldn't consider life with Philip Schuyler too high a price to pay. 2 weeks ago, the very prospect would have made her feel as Cinderella must when her prince appeared, slipper in hand. But that was before she had met John Ravenel. The 3rd floor of Stornoway House was bustling with activity. On a Saturday, the common room was packed with residents and their guests. Some sat waiting for callers, flipping through brightly illustrated papers. Others were having a gossip behind the fronds of the large potted palms matron had brought in an attempt to brighten the heavy woodwork of the dark-paneled room. The mural in the narrow hallway, leading to the common room, with its night, rampant, and cringing dragon, was all but obscured. Only the top of the knight's spear and his surprised eyes were visible. Dottie was there, lounging against the wall. She eyed Lucy assessingly as Lucy walked past, and Lucy heard her murmur, "La-di-da," to her companion, another woman, not a resident, with a too-fussy hat and suspiciously pink cheeks. Lucy looked for Philip Schuyler's golden head, and didn't see it. But matron was there, standing near one of the potted palms, speaking with a gentleman whose back was to Lucy. Lucy's step slowed as she recognized the curly dark hair, the broad back. Her stomach gave a lurch of excitement, but Dottie was watching, so she made an effort to keep her step steady and a pleasant smile on her face. "Mr. Ravenel," she said, proud of how even her voice sounded. "Miss Young?" He swung around just a little too quickly, the eagerness of the movement belying the calculated politeness of his voice. His eyes caught hers, and Lucy knew with certainty that nothing she ever felt for Philip Schuyler would be half the equal of this. It was like magic, the current that leapt between them, that made the rest of the room fall away, as if it had never been. Easily, he said, "I was just telling your good Mrs. Johnston that you were kind enough to invite me to see this architectural gem." In a lower voice, for her ears only, he murmured, "They gave me your message." Her heart was pounding. Her fingers were tingling. But she managed somehow to say in a normal voice, "I thought you might enjoy it." To Matron, "Mr. Ravenel is a dealer in art and antiquities." "So I hear." Did Matron actually dimple? No, that was too much. But she was looking at Mr. Ravenel with what passed for her as unqualified approval. "I have a reproduction of one of the elder Mr. Ravenel's paintings. I had the privilege of seeing the original in the Museum of Art in Philadelphia." Lucy looked quizzically up at John. She'd had no idea that his father was quite so famous. "We had to let some of the paintings go," he said to her, as if in answer to a question. "I've tried, when possible, to sell to institutions rather than private individuals. My father felt strongly about art being available to everyone, not just the few." "But one must make a living," said Matron. Lucy wasn't sure what magic John had wrought, but they appeared to be on excellent terms. Or maybe she thought giddily that was just John. He had a way of setting people at ease, making them comfortable in their own skins. And he had come here. For her. He placed one hand unobtrusively beneath Lucy's elbow. Just a small gesture, not the sort of touch to which Matron could possibly object, but Lucy could feel warmth rushing through her. Warmth and the certainty that all would be well, was well. "This house," Matron was saying, "is very much a testament to that. The carvings are, in themselves, works of art. It does seem rather out of proportion that all this was intended at one time merely for the private use of one family." "I understand the Pratt family used to live here," John said, so casually that Lucy wouldn't have known there was anything more to it, but for the tightening of his fingers on her elbow. In the midst of her haze of happiness, she felt a moment's doubt. But no, just because he was pursuing his own interests didn't mean his feelings for her weren't just as real. She hadn't imagined the way he looked at her, the touch of his fingers on her elbow, the subtle possessiveness in the way he stood, his body shielding hers, claiming her. "Their loss is our gain," Matron said practically. "Such houses have become unwieldy as private homes, but they serve very well for communal living. We were forced to make some changes, of course, but we've done our best to retain the unique character of the house." "I was admiring the mural in the hall," said John. "St. George, a red cross knight forever kneeled, to a lady on his shield," quoted Matron, unexpectedly and fancifully. Apologetically, she said, "Yes, I believe it is St. George. But if you want to see the real treasure of Stornoway House—" There was a hullabaloo by the billiards table. Matron broke off with a tisk of annoyance. "If I have told Miss Brennan once, I've told her a dozen times. If her young man provokes one more altercation—" "Forgive me, Mr. Ravenel. I'm afraid I can't offer you that tour just now. If you would care to return again during visiting hours next weekend—" "Nothing would give me greater pleasure," John assured her. "But I'm afraid I leave for Charleston on Tuesday." "You have enjoyed your stay in New York?" Matron was frowning over John's shoulder at the crowd by the billiards table. "Far more than I ever imagined." The words were for Matron, but John looked at Lucy as he said them. "This visit has been a revelation." Lucy nodded mutely, not trusting herself to speak. Who knew it was possible to feel this strongly on such scant acquaintance? She felt as though nerves she had never known she possessed had been awakened. Every look, every word awakened a delightful agony of anticipation. "Since you're leaving so soon—" Beneath the thick spectacles, Matron's blue eyes twinkled. "It is a slight breach of the rules, but for a gentleman involved in the arts. Miss Young, would you be so kind as to take Mr. Ravenel up to the 7th floor? There's a 7th floor? Lucy's voice came out rather more breathless than she would have liked. That is, I always assumed the attic rooms were at the very top. Matron looked pleased. They are, usually, but not in Stornoway House. The 7th floor is a well-kept secret. A secret? Lucy felt John's attention being diverted from her. That sounds intriguing. It's nothing so exciting as that, just a rather unusual little room. Miss Brennan! If you'll pardon me, Mr. Ravenel, I really must have a word with Miss Brennan's young man. Her voice brisk, Matron said. The main staircase doesn't reach all the way up, but you'll find the service stairs at the end of the 5th floor corridor. Be sure to shut the door again when you're done. Matron didn't mean. Well. But Lucy felt the color rising in her cheeks all the same. Before she and John had always been in public. In Delmonico's, in Central Park, in Mrs. Whitney's studio, snatching their moments of privacy in the midst of dozens of uninterested people. But on the 7th floor, they would be well and truly alone. There were, thought Lucy, feeling a silly giggle rising in her throat, rules about gentlemen in one's room. But this wasn't her room, was it? It was the secret room on the 7th floor. So that was all right then. Thank you, said John Ravenel, snatching Lucy's arm and speaking for him quite rapidly. I surely am grateful for this opportunity. You must let me know what you think of our little treasure, said Matron, serenely, before turning and saying in quite another voice altogether, Miss Brennan! John whisked Lucy to the stairs at a gait just short of a run. Eager to see what's on the 7th floor? Said Lucy, breathlessly, as they rounded the curve of the stair on the 4th floor. Eager to see you, said John, pausing so abruptly that Lucy nearly ran into him. Ever since I received your message, I've been hoping. One of the bedroom doors opened, and John broke off. Oh, for the love of... Let's get upstairs. We'll have some privacy there. Do you think, said Lucy, feeling suddenly shy, do you think that's what Matron had in mind? An honorable woman like Mrs. Johnston, said John, his drawl thickening. His voice turned serious as he looked at Lucy. She just wants to make sure a hidden artistic treasure gets proper appreciation. Or improper appreciation, said Lucy, daringly. That, too. His dark eyes rested on her lips, moved lower. Where do we go from here? The transition was so abrupt that Lucy laughed. Like Matron said, the main stairs stop on the 5th floor. We'll have to take the servants' stairs, if you don't feel too cheapened by that. Nothing to do with you could ever be cheap, said John. Then you don't know the cost of this skirt, retorted Lucy. But her hand trembled on the banister. The force of his regard made her feel weak, shaky, as if she were no longer entirely in possession of herself. From the time she was very small, she had known she had to be strong. Her mother was so withdrawn, her father someone to be protected as much as a protector. With no siblings, her cousins largely estranged, Lucy had kept mostly to herself, a quiet, self-contained child, an anomaly in her father's large, boisterous German family. For the first time, she contemplated what it would be to let herself go, to relax that stern control. It was both exhilarating and terrifying, the idea of relinquishing her own strength, allowing her to lean on someone else. There was something so sturdy about John, so reliable. It didn't take them much time to find the stair to the 7th floor, in an alcove Lucy had always assumed to be a broom closet. The stair itself was narrow and unassuming, the walls painted with the same graying whitewash as the servants' floor, the stairs uncarpeted. At the top, John paused. "Before we go in, I just wanted you to know that I would be here even if no Pratt had ever set foot in this house. I came for you, not for them. When they gave me your message..." Lucy touched a finger to his lips. "Hush," she said firmly. John hushed. "Yesterday, I knew as soon as I'd left you that I overreacted. It was just..." Lucy struggled for the right words. Her family had never been one for sharing their emotions. This was an uncharted vocabulary. She felt like a toddler, just learning to use language. "I was scared." "I scared you?" John's face was the picture of remorse. "Lucy, I swear on my father's soul I never intended..." No, Lucy said quickly. "You didn't scare me. I scared me. The Pratts were just an excuse. I got scared and I ran away. It's just..." She took a deep breath and said quietly, "I've never felt like this about anyone." John's arms wrapped around her, folding her close, his cheek resting against the top of her head. "Neither have I," he murmured. "Neither have I." They stood in the cramped stair, neither of them feeling the heat or minding the musty smell of an enclosed space too long neglected. Lucy leaned the full weight of her body against his, her chest molding to his, her head fitting perfectly into the space between his ear and his neck, and knew that she had, at long last, come home. Wherever John Ravenel was, that was home. "Do you think," she said, after a very long time, "that we ought to see that room?" "Most likely," said John, making no effort to move. "We wouldn't want to disappoint Matron." Lucy thought of the twinkle in Matron's eye. "I don't think she would be disappointed." John's arms tightened around her. "She's an excellent woman, your Mrs. Johnston." Lightly, Lucy said, "Shall we invite her to the wedding?" Said John, and with a kiss on the top of her head, reluctantly let her go. "Shall we enter the Bluebeard chamber?" "You don't think it's full of discarded wives?" Lucy ran ahead of him up the last few stairs. Turning back, she saw a curious expression on John's face. She burst into a laugh. "Oh, really? You don't think we'll find heads on pikes?" "Was it just the heads?" said John, abstractedly. "I don't remember the story all that well." "Neither do I," Lucy admitted. The handle resisted her pressure. She had to push before the door gave, creaking all the way. "I just remember..." "Oh." Light. Sudden, dancing, brilliant light. Light poured in through long windows that made three sides of the room more glass than wall, making the room seem to float in the sky. But the most brilliant light of all came from the ceiling, refracted through the panes of a miniature dome, the prism-like panels shimmering in the sunlight. Lucy saw rainbows, a miracle of rainbows, glittering across the worn oriental carpet, dancing across the elaborately incised tin of the ceiling, turning the dusty room into something magical and rare. "My God," murmured John, behind her, his hands on her shoulders. Lucy's fingers covered his. Who would have thought? Amazing to think this had been up here all this time, just above her room, and she had never known. "The proportions," John was saying. Lucy let the words wash over her, just taking it all in. On a second view, the signs of neglect were clear. The carpet must have been fine once, but the sunlight had faded it in parts to gray. An old sheepskin rug lay before the cold fireplace, the wool thick with dust, and, Lucy suspected, more than a few moths. Someone must have removed the furniture that had once been here. All that remained was a faded chaise longue, the upholstery tattered. Mice, thought Lucy mechanically. And a squat Chinese cabinet, the once brilliant gold paint filmed with dust. But even so, even shabby and neglected, the room had a beauty that couldn't be denied. It was a perfect square, the high ceiling with its miniature dome making the room feel cool even in the heat of the July day. There was something magical about it, like walking through a door in a perfectly ordinary house and finding oneself in a piece of the Alhambra. "Look," said Lucy, pointing, "St. George." Above the fireplace, 3 terracotta squares had been set into the wall, colored stones creating intricate designs. The 2 on either side were heraldic shields, vaguely medieval, but in the center square was the saint himself, the same St. George who had watched over Lucy's childhood bed, shield in one hand, spear in the other. "A Red Cross night," matron had said. Lucy moved across the room, the worn floorboards creaking beneath her sensible shoes. Despite time and dust, the cross on St. George's shield was still a brave crimson. Tentatively, Lucy lifted a hand to touch it, and a brick slid out below. No, not just a brick. A cluster of bricks, 5 or 6 of them, all welded together, and behind them a shallow cavity and the pale gleam of paper. Sheets of it. Most likely someone's old laundry list or a pile of bills. For a moment, Lucy hesitated. Matron might have allowed them up here, but that didn't give her the right to rifle through the room's secrets. And then, from far away, she heard her mother's voice, faint, gasping, "Harry." With sudden resolution, Lucy reached into the hole. It might not be anything to do with her, but if it was, she had the right to know. She needed to know. The sheets of paper had been closely written in an angular hand, the prose tortured and oddly formal. January 30th, 1893. Dear Mr. Pratt, as per your request, I have discovered the whereabouts of the former Miss Olive Van Alen, once maidservant in your mother's employ. Miss Van Alen married Hans Jungmann in a small ceremony in Brooklyn on January the 10th of this year. The couple currently reside in Mr. Jungmann's mother's home in Brooklyn, where Mr. Jungmann has assumed the partnership in a bakery. It went on, but Lucy's eyes only skated over the rest, details, as familiar to her as her own hand, of her grandmother's home, her father's family, the grocery in Manhattan he had sold when he married her mother. Once maidservant in your mother's employ. Her mother. Her elegant mother. A maid? The letter was from a Pinkerton agent. Surely it was a bit extreme to hire a Pinkerton agent to track down an erring member of staff. And why hide the report here, in this forgotten room on the 7th floor? Nothing made sense, nothing at all. With stiff hands, Lucy turned to the next page. The paper was different, thicker, richer, an embossed monogram at the top, the handwriting fluid, the ink a rich black. The date at the top read January 30th, 1893. My darling Olive, it began. Or had almost begun. The salutation had been crossed out replaced with a curt, "Mrs. Jungmann," "because I can no longer call you dear." "But how can I call you anything else? You will always be dear to me, no matter how far you have run or how you have hurt me. Why, my darling? Didn't you trust me just a little? Didn't you know I knew almost from the beginning?" The sentence ended there, with a blot. Knew what? Not about Lucy. He couldn't have known about Lucy from the beginning. There wouldn't have been a Lucy. These past few weeks have been a fever dream, my only hope that I might find you. But I never thought to find you married to another. And then crossed out. How could you? How could you leave my bed and... Did you never love me as I love you, oh my Olive? And then, continuing on, "This house has become a prison to me. I see you everywhere, but when I reach for you, I wake and you are gone. There is nothing for me here without you. I have packed my paints and easel and booked a ticket west. Where I go doesn't matter, not anymore. Perhaps I shall find the lost treasure domes of Kubla Khan. Without you, they will be dim and dull. Farewell, my love." It wasn't signed. It didn't need to be. Nor was it the only one of its kind. There were 3 other drafts of the same letter, some crumpled, one torn down the middle. None sent. Lucy's heart ached for her mother, but also for the man she had always believed to be her father, for Hans Jungmann, who had loved her mother so long and so devotedly, but always from a distance, never quite able to touch her heart. And now Lucy knew why. Why had her mother left Harry Pratt? What had he known, almost from the beginning? Why had her mother married Hans Jungmann? How could she have, knowing how she felt about Harry Pratt, particularly if... January. Lucy's eyes flew to the date, riveted on the numbers, curving and elegant, bold in black ink. She had scarcely noticed the date before, too intent on the content of the letter, but there it was, January. Lucy had been born in late November. If Harry Pratt had followed through with his resolution, if he had left for parts unknown by the end of January, even if he had seen Lucy's mother again before he left, there was no way he could be Lucy's father. Lucy felt an unexpected surge of joy, coupled with a weakening rush of tears, as a kaleidoscope of memories danced around her, rainbow bright. Her father, truly her father, wiping away her childhood tears, gently painting iodine on a scraped knee, giving her a cookie, reading her a story. The thrill of going for a walk with him, holding carefully to his large hand, the careful courtesy with which he tipped his hat to their neighbors, the joy of being swung up on his large shoulders to pick a peach from the tree in their neighbor's backyard. Fati, Fati, I miss you so. She didn't say it aloud, but her throat vibrated with the words. Lucy felt the sunlight through the skylight warm on her head, like her father's hand, like a blessing, and knew that he was there with her, would be always. With the papers trembling in her hand, Lucy turned away from the fireplace. John? Her voice sounded strange in the high-ceilinged room, rusty and hoarse. I've found something. So have I. John was sitting cross-legged on the floor in front of the Chinese cabinet, the bottom drawer open, a pile of yellowing papers on his lap. It's... Lucy didn't know how to begin. Pity for her mother, love for her father, relief and confusion all warred together. So, she just blurted it out, her knuckles white against the yellowing pages. "John, I'm not Harry Pratt's daughter." "I can't tell you how happy that makes me." John looked up, his eyes meeting Lucy's. His face had a dazed expression as he said, "Because I'm pretty sure that Harry Pratt was my father."
Chapter 28. August 1944. Kate. Danny O'Shea was an older boy in the neighborhood whom I'd grown up with and walked to school with, and I even imagined, when I was very young and didn't know that I wanted to be a doctor, that he and I might marry one day. Danny joined the Army right after Pearl Harbor and had been killed 8 months later at Guadalcanal. Before he'd left that last time, he'd given me my first kiss and made silly promises we hadn't meant, for a future when the war would be behind us. He told me with the enthusiasm of a child with a new toy what he envisioned his life in the Army would be like, sharing with me how heavy all the gear was that he'd have to march and fight with. It had been inconceivable to me then, how any soldier, any person, could manage to fight battles with such a load on their backs. But I imagine now, as I navigated through my daily routine, a little of what it must have been like, my knees nearly buckling from the weight of my own burden as I took each step. I kept remembering Danny telling me that a person got used to it. I just had to hope that he was right. "Kate." My hand froze on the banister. I'd seen Cooper leave with Caroline an hour before, which was the only reason I'd left the dark privacy of Dr. Greeley's office. Cooper was leaving today, and I didn't want to see him, to offer him a cheerful goodbye while Caroline and Dr. Greeley looked on. I didn't want my mask to crack and reveal my true feelings. "Kate," Cooper said again. I braced myself, then turned around to face him. But nothing could prepare me for the way the skin tightened over my bones. He stood on the landing where he'd just exited the elevator, holding his hat and cane, his eyes dark and brooding, and I almost gave in then. But I forced myself to keep hold on the railing, to forbid my feet from taking a step forward. "Have you been avoiding me?" he asked, his consonants slipping, his accent more prominent since he'd been spending time with Caroline. "No, of course not," I stammered. "There's just a lot of paperwork." I stopped, watching as he moved to stand directly in front of me. "We need to talk." "I'm sorry, but I'm just so busy." I was interrupted by 3 burly orderlies approaching the large bookcase behind where Cooper and I were standing. The corner of the oversized piece of furniture had been protruding into the hallway since the first attempt to move it several weeks before. I wasn't sure what had precipitated them being there now, but I was grateful for the interruption. "Excuse us, Doctor," the largest man said. "We've been instructed to move this piece of furniture down to the lobby." "It's no problem. We were just finishing up here." Cooper responded by taking my elbow and moving me back toward the elevator to give the men room. He continued to hold on, as if he were afraid that I would escape, as we watched the men grapple with the bookcase and slowly begin their descent down the stairs. I watched in morbid fascination, glad they were at a hospital with readily available medical help should it be required. While still listening to the grunts of the men, I looked up at Cooper, determined to shake his hand and give him a brisk goodbye. But his eyes were focused on something behind me, the light in his eyes so strange that I had to turn around to see what it was. The removal of the bookcase had created a wider hallway, but it had also laid bare the wall behind it. But the wall wasn't bare, exactly. A mural 8 to 10 feet wide and just as high stretched across the plaster, its brilliant colors not dimmed by time because of its protected spot. But that's not what mesmerized me. Not the exquisite artistry of the piece, or even the size and scope of it, or the fact that the mural had been hidden behind a piece of furniture for decades. I've seen this before. Yes, that's what it was, although I couldn't remember exactly where I'd seen it. Only that I recalled every detail, from the glimmering metal of the sword to the look of fear in the dragon's eye. "It's St. George slaying the dragon," Cooper said, his voice almost reverential. "Yes," I said. At least I think I spoke aloud. We were both cautiously moving forward, oddly hesitant to approach, as if the dragon were real and could do us harm. Cooper leaned down to where the artist had scrawled his signature. He stared at it for a long time before standing, his brows knitted together. "I don't understand. I know this artist. The brushstrokes, the use of colors, He fought to find the right word. "The movement," he finished. "It's undoubtedly his, but that's not his signature." I moved to stand next to him and studied the name in the bottom right corner. H. Pratt. I looked up at Cooper. "Who do you think it was?" He shook his head. "Does this look familiar to you? Do you recognize the style? It's the same as in the sketches, isn't it? The same artist." He frowned at the signature. "But I know this artist, and it's not H. Pratt." I studied the mural for a long time, trying to forget how familiar this particular scene was and focus instead on the artistic style of it. I frowned at the swirl of paint that showed the cerulean sky, and then down toward the way the pigmented light reflected off the dragon's scales. My eyes widened as I remembered. "Yes," I said, recalling all of those art exhibitions my mother had dragged me to when I was a little girl. "Augustus Ravenel." My voice was breathless, as if holding back the two simple words. "Exactly. Augustus Ravenel." He paused. "My grandfather." "But—" I stopped, my own mind yawning open as I realized where I'd seen it before. My mother had this exact mural on her bedroom wall that her mother, Olive, painted for her. I never saw it, but this is how she described it to me in such detail. It's almost as if I had actually seen it before. I stared at the mural, at the signature that seemed right and wrong at the same time, as all the pieces in the puzzle slowly circled in my brain, each trying to slot itself into the correct space. Our eyes met in mutual understanding. Cooper put his hand on my arm as if to anchor himself. "It would seem that Harry Pratt and Augustus Ravenel are one and the same." I recalled Harry Pratt's sketches that Cooper had found in the small chest in the attic, the sketches of Olive wearing the ruby necklace, and the air began to thrum between us. The woman in those sketches, the woman wearing the ruby necklace. She was my grandmother. Her name was Olive. I paused, wondering how to tell him the rest. "My grandmother," I began, "and Harry were lovers." He said it matter-of-factly, as if he'd already figured it out. I nodded. "But it didn't end well, I don't think. Harry disappeared and Olive married my grandfather, a baker named Hans Jungmann." I touched the spot on my blouse under which the ruby necklace lay. She never forgot Harry, though, because she painted this same mural on my mother's nursery room wall, and she kept this necklace. I pulled it out of my blouse. Harry's sister, Prunella, said my grandmother stole it, but I don't think that's the truth. My grandmother cherished it, gave it to her daughter Lucy, my mother, and she gave it to me. He sent me a piercing look. "Lucy? And what did you say her maiden name was?" "Jungmann. But she changed it to Young when she came to work for my father's law firm. Lucy Young." He stared at me for a long moment, his cheeks noticeably paler. "On my father's deathbed, He dictated a letter to me to a Lucy Young in New York, to the attention of the law firm of Cromwell, Polk, and Moore. He paused, weighing his words. It was a love letter, telling Lucy he'd never stop loving her or wanting her, that she was the love of his life. The letter. Did you send it? Slowly, he shook his head. I planned to mail it right after his funeral, but I left it on my dressing table and my mother found it and destroyed it. I realized how much my father had hurt her, which is why I never tried to find Lucy on his behalf. It would have been a betrayal to my own mother. I never imagined. He stopped, unable to finish, but he didn't need to. I knew exactly what he was going to say. Something about probabilities and fate, and the vagaries of a chaotic world that had brought us together. He looked away, seemingly oblivious to the sounds of the orderlies, the ringing phone and the chattering nurses. It was all so removed from us and the small cocoon of time his words had created. He took a step forward, staring at something in the top right corner of the mural. It was a small crowd of people wearing medieval clothing. A dark rain cloud painted behind them and making the colors of their garments stand out. Look, he said, pointing toward the middle of the cloud, where swirls of the paintbrush seemed to blend the fog and spectators together. I leaned forward too, staring at where he indicated. What am I supposed to see? And then I did. Hidden among the group of people and nearly obscured by the gray, smoke-like fog was a woman. A woman who looked exactly like me, and whose face had been recreated in a small oil miniature and handed down through 3 generations of men in the same family. I stepped back, my hand pressed against my chest, the solid feel of Cooper behind me. Do you see it? He asked. Yes, I said, then stopped, realizing that it wasn't just the woman he was showing me. Cooper's fingers traced over her arm toward her hand. She's pointing at something. The background of the mural seemed to shift in front of me like an optical illusion. The leaves of trees in the surrounding forest seemingly transforming themselves into something else entirely. Something that looked astonishingly like a square made of painted bricks, a design that resembled a heraldic coat of arms, a design I was very familiar with. Without a word, Cooper took my arm and propelled me to the elevator, his limp hardly evident. Neither one of us spoke as he slid open the gate and then closed it again before pressing the button for the 6th floor. Cooper, really, this isn't a good idea. Whatever happened between our grandparents and parents has nothing to do with us. Don't you see? He faced me, and I realized that he was angry. But there was something else, too. A look of desperation in his eyes that resembled what I saw in my own reflection when I bothered to study it closely enough. Without warning, he leaned forward and kissed me, his mouth hard and demanding, my head pressed against the wall of the elevator. I told myself that I would have pulled away if I'd had somewhere to move, that I didn't want him to touch me, to kiss me. But neither thought stopped me from kissing him back. The elevator shuddered to a stop, and he lifted his face away from mine, his eyes still dark. He slid open the gate and followed me from the elevator and toward the stairs that led to the 7th floor. I knew without asking that we were headed to the attic room, and I balked, not wanting to be confronted with the memories of the night we'd spent there, of the moonlight mixed with the smell of paint and dust and us. But I knew, too, that this was where the bricks Olive pointed to in the mural were, and how neither Cooper nor I could leave it alone until we had all the tarnished pieces of Olive and Harry's love affair laid open and exposed before us. The only thing I was unsure of was what we were supposed to do once we had all the answers. Cooper's bed had been stripped of its sheets, the brown blanket folded neatly at the bottom and matching the other 2 empty beds. The room appeared to be more of a dormitory now, instead of a room forgotten at the top of the old mansion, a room whose walls contained more than just bricks and mortar. I stood by the wall opposite the window, not looking in that direction so I wouldn't remember. As if I could block out that night any more than I could forget the color of my own hair. Cooper walked toward the bed and placed his hat and cane on top of the blanket. After a quick glance in my direction, he approached the fireplace where 3 squares had been painted on the bricks in a heraldic design. But the one in the middle was different, displaying St. George, the red cross over his chest like a beacon marking treasure. Cooper reached out his hand, hesitating only a moment, then gently pressed his fingers against the cross. A cluster of bricks slid out from below the square, revealing a shallow opening. Looking back at me, he raised an eyebrow. "I feel like Caesar, fixin' to cross the Rubicon." I almost laughed at his southernism, but found I was trembling too much to do anything else but watch. I didn't come forward, choosing instead to look over his shoulder into the dark space within. At first I thought the hole was empty, hoped it was empty. Because then there would be nothing that would bind us together, nothing that would make our goodbye less than permanent. But when Cooper reached in and pulled out a stack of paper, I knew that the connection between us that I'd felt the first time I'd seen him was as real and constant as morning following night. He sat down on the bed and smoothed his hand over the top sheet of paper, staring at the heavily embossed letterhead. Pinkerton Detective Agency. He looked up at me as if it were my decision for him to proceed. But we both knew that we were already on the far bank of the Rubicon. I waited quietly while he bent his head to read. When he was done, he slowly raised his head, his eyes troubled. "What does it say?" He looked from me to the letter, then back again. "Harry hired a detective to find Olive, to make sure she was all right. It says she married Hans Jungmann in 1893. It's dated end of January, the same month you told me that Harry Pratt disappeared, which, coincidentally, is right before my grandfather, Augustus Ravenel, went to Cuba." And changed his name from Harry Pratt. My legs didn't feel strong enough to hold me up anymore, and I moved to the bed and sat down next to Cooper, being careful not to touch him. "I think I know why Olive and Harry were separated." Cooper turned to me with a lifted brow. "Prunella," I whispered. "Prunella, as in Harry's sister. My great-aunt Prunella, apparently." I nodded. "When I visited her, she told me that she'd always wanted to see Harry again so she could make amends for something horrible she'd done. Maybe she said something or did something that tore them apart. Something they were both powerless to stop." Cooper nodded slowly. "The timing of it all certainly lends itself to that theory. His sudden disappearance from New York and reappearance in Cuba, and Olive's marriage all in the same year." He gave me an odd look. "When was your mother born?" I sucked in a quick breath as I found my thoughts wandering down the same dark path. "Not until November of 1893. "Thank God," he said under his breath. I glanced at the other letter still folded on his lap. "What's that?" Laying aside the detective report, he pulled out what appeared to be several attempts at the same letter and then held them between us so we could read them together. The date at the top read January 30th, 1893. "My darling Olive," it began. My eyes read quickly, each word more painful to read than the last, the ink heavier and darker as the author wrote, as if his grief were pouring out onto the paper along with the black ink. "Farewell, my love." Cooper and I both read aloud as we reached the end, the words soft and sacred. Cooper carefully placed the letters in the rear of the small stack, leaving another letter, this paper thicker and heavier than the last, the handwriting bolder and crisper, lacking the artistic flourishes of the first writer and written nearly 30 years later. "Dearest Lucy," it began. My gaze quickly scanned to the bottom of the page. "I love you, Lucy, always." "My father's handwriting," Cooper said softly. "John Ravenel." I glanced away, not sure I could read it, knowing it was a love letter to my mother from a man who wasn't my father. But I forced myself to read every word of John's plea, to convince my mother to move to Charleston and be with him. I don't understand why she didn't go with him. There was nothing here for her except Philip Schuyler, and I know he wasn't her first love. He let the letters slip from his hands, and I looked at the papers scattered around us. The detritus of ill-fated love. I clasped my fingers together on my lap. Olive was Harry's muse, his great love, and even though they both married others and had their own families, a piece of their hearts always belonged to the other. I stood so I could think clearly. It was too hard with Cooper so close. And my own mother must have orchestrated her entire relationship with my father so she could somehow claim what she thought was hers. A mistaken belief that she was part of the Pratt legacy because of her mother's love affair with Harry Pratt. I looked up as a thought occurred to me. She probably even wondered at least at some point if she could be their daughter. I pressed the heels of my hands against my eyes, as if I could erase the memory of the mural and the necklace. And my mother's constant search for something that could never be hers. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. I wonder if my mother ever loved my father, if he ever really knew who she was. Cooper stood and took my hands. Were they not happy? Did you never see her laugh? No, it wasn't like that. My father always made us laugh. He loved us so much and never stopped trying to make her happy. She must have loved him, in a way. He was just never enough. He let go of my hands and walked toward the window, his movements agitated and jerky, like a flag in high wind. Why didn't our parents marry? He sent me a wry look. Don't get me wrong, I'm glad they didn't. But why? What happened? His gaze fell on the black opening behind the bricks. Maybe we missed something. His words were forgotten as he walked back toward the fireplace and reached his hand into the dark hole. He screwed his eyes shut for a moment as his hand traveled from corner to corner of the secret compartment, a blind man reading Braille. Then they popped open in surprise as Cooper withdrew something small from the hole behind the bricks. "What is it?" I asked, but I could tell even from where I stood that it was a black velvet ring box. Our eyes met as he walked back to the bed and sat down. After a brief hesitation, he lifted the hinged lid. I had already guessed it was a ring, maybe even a valuable one, but I'd never imagined it would be as stunning as the bauble staring up at us from its velvet cushion. The large, brilliant cut diamond nestled in a platinum setting, with tiny diamonds surrounding the larger stone like a queen and her ladies. "It's at least 3 carats, Cooper said, his voice almost reverential. I sat down next to him and reached for the ring. Gently, I lifted it from the box, admiring how the designer had made sure the view from any angle would show off the exquisite artistry of the ring. "There's something inscribed on the inside," I said, bringing it closer to my face, then reading the tiny letters out loud. "To O from H, always, 1193. He meant to marry her, I said quietly, my heart stretching and pulling inside my chest, an old heartache brought to life again. But she married someone else instead, not even 2 weeks later. I couldn't look at the ring anymore. a talisman for broken hearts and an always that didn't mean what it should. I stuck it back in the box and closed it, then shoved it back into Cooper's hands. You should take this. It's a family heirloom. You can give it to your fiancé. He regarded me for a long moment. His eyes narrowed and dark, as if I'd just delivered a physical blow. So here we are, he said finally. Back to the place where it all began. It's like fate has brought us together, to find the happy ending our parents and grandparents so desperately sought. He shoved the ring box into his pants pocket, then reached for my hands. I tried to pull away, but he wouldn't let go. Don't you see, Kate? We were meant to be together. From the moment I saw you, I knew. It's always been you. He let go of my hand so he could gently cup my face. I love you, Kate, and I want us to be together. Come with me to Charleston. You can set up your own medical practice, be the best doctor you can be, and be my wife, the mother of my children. Please, Kate. Let's make all that came before us make sense. Say yes. How easy it would be to say yes, to give in to everything I'd spent a lifetime fighting. I was an independent woman, my independence hard-won. I knew too much of my grandmother and mother now to believe that love lasted forever, that it would sustain you through an entire lifetime. Wasn't the fact that Cooper and I were here testament to that simple fact? I pulled away and stood. And what about Caroline? You are engaged to be married, or have you forgotten? Surely you must have loved her enough at some point to want to marry her. Is she not enough for you now? And how would you know if I'm enough for you, that you won't always be looking beyond me for someone else? He stood too, but stayed where he was. Kate, I love you. I think I've loved you my whole life. Please, don't do this. Don't turn your back on something that's taken 3 generations to make right. I shook my head, seeing my mother's face as we stood on the sidewalk in front of this same building all those years ago. Her expression one of disappointment and regret. Where had I heard that before? No, I said. I am not Olive or Lucy. I am my own woman who doesn't need a man in her life to survive. I don't want to end up like them. If anything, their mistakes have been the best education for me. He took a step toward me. Love isn't a mistake. But I know true love is rare enough that when you find it, you fight for it. Marry me, Kate. Come back to Charleston with me and be with me for the rest of our lives. I began backing up toward the door. I can't. I shook my head, my eyes blinded with unshed tears. He didn't follow me, but his words were strong enough to hold me back. Tell me you don't love me and I will let you go. Just tell me that you don't love me. I saw him through the haze of tears, imagined I could see his eyes, which were the color of winter grass. And I remembered my mother and her constant sadness, disappointment and regret. I opened my mouth and let the words fall out before I could call them back. I don't love you. He didn't move, didn't make a sound. Maybe that was what being struck by a bullet was like. How you didn't know you'd been hit until you began to bleed. Goodbye, Cooper. I didn't run away this time, but walked steadily and purposefully out the door. He didn't follow me, nor did I expect him to. I told him what he wanted to hear, what I needed to say so that I could walk away. If only my heart hadn't betrayed me by remaining back in the forgotten room, in that one place where our story had really begun more than 50 years before.
Chapter 29. New Year's Day, 1894. Olive. For the second time in her life, Olive was awake when the clock chimed midnight on the 31st of December. and the old year slid irretrievably into the new. She hadn't meant to be awake. She had hoped that 1894 would steal in through the window while she slept, silent and unnoticed. But this was the first lesson you learned as a new mother. Small babies have little, if any, regard for the wishes or convenience of their parents. So, Olive cradled Lucy's downy head to her breast and listened to the soft chime of the clock on the mantel. And as each note dinged gently into the air, her eyes began to sting and her fingers to shake. That was another lesson. In the small hours of the morning, while a baby suckled at your breast, you felt as if you were the only two beings alive in the universe. And this loneliness magnified each emotion, whether joy or sorrow or wonder, into something 100 times greater than your ordinary feelings. Before Olive's eyes, the movement of Lucy's urgent little mouth started to blur, and a drop fell on that round cheek, just as the 12th chime struck, and the room went quiet. And that was that. Lucy went on nursing, not missing a beat, and the earth presumably continued to spin on its axis. Olive lifted a finger and traced the delicate curve of Lucy's ear, the most beautiful thing in God's creation, and slowly the tremors died away into her middle, deep inside, where no one could see them, as it should be. Where was Harry at this moment? She could now ask that question to herself without bursting into tears and perplexing poor Hans. If she closed her eyes, she could feel him, wherever he was. The other side of the world, perhaps. No one knew where he had gone, and the Pratt house now stood empty of life, waiting for the auction that would empty it of objects, too. That was according to the newspapers, which had also covered in breathless detail both the wedding of Miss Prunella Pratt to Mr. Harrison Schuyler in October, and the financial ruin of Mr. Henry August Pratt the following month. Apparently he hadn't taken Olive's advice and divested of those Philadelphia and Reading shares, after all. Or perhaps he had been too distracted with grief for his sons, one dead and the other missing. Missing. But Harry wasn't missing, not really. He was right here, wrapping his arms around her, looking down over her shoulder at Lucy's hungry movements. "She's beautiful, just like her mother," he whispered in Olive's ear, just before he placed a kiss on her temple. She could actually feel that kiss, warm and soft on her exhausted skin. "You're a wonderful mother. I am so proud of you." And then, even more quietly, "I forgive you." No, Harry hadn't gone away at all. He was still there, inside her head, occupying the chambers of her heart. Lucy's eyelids were drooping now, and the rhythm of her suckling began to slow. The lamp flickered over her skin. She was 5 weeks old, and just awakening to the extraordinary world around her. She liked the sounds and sights of the bakery. Olive would sometimes nurse her there because it was so warm, and Hans's face would light up at the sight of his daughter. He would reach out his floury hands and cradle her in the crook of his massive elbow, and she would stare up into his delighted face and brighten too, just like the Christmas tree that stood in the parlor, decked with candles. Already Lucy adored her father, just as Olive had adored hers. As if he could read her thoughts, Olive's husband stirred in the bed behind her. The springs creaked under his weight, and his voice emerged from somewhere inside all those blankets, blurry with sleep. "Meine Frau, wo bist du?" "Right here," she answered. Inevitably, she had picked up a little German over the past several months, just enough to understand her new relatives when they spoke among themselves. though she always addressed them in English, with Lucy.
"Ah, there she is, meine kleine Schönheit."
"You're very hungry, little beauty." But she's almost finished, I think. Hans yawned gigantically.
"Bring her here when she is done."
Lucy's mouth dropped away at last, and Olive lifted her carefully to her shoulder. The wind rose at once, thank God. Some nights Olive felt as if she were patting Lucy's tiny back forever, while she staggered with fatigue, mindless, almost falling asleep where she stood. And still patting, the way a snake keeps moving after its head is cut off. She tucked her breast back into her nightgown and rose from the chair. Hans lifted the blankets, and the warmth of his body seeped out from within, scented with soap. Her husband had clean habits, washing himself with a cloth in the morning and bathing at night before bed. To take away the yeast and the flour, he said, and Olive was grateful for that. She sank into the mattress, and Hans's large hands stole into her arms and lifted Lucy away.
"Ah, meine kleine Tochter, meine kleine Schönheit,"
he crooned, settling her in his lap. He slid one finger into her tiny fist, and poor Lucy could hardly encompass the thick digit, though she tried her hardest. Olive smiled and slid under the covers, on her side, facing the two of them. At first, she had been repelled by her husband's giant size, by the heat of his body as they lay together in their marriage bed. On her wedding night, she had felt crushed under his heaving body, and when he had fallen into snoring unconsciousness afterward, one enormous arm thrown across her middle, she had wept so hard and so silently, the tears had rolled down her temples and wet her hair. But she had grown used to him. They hadn't had a honeymoon, instead plunging right into their busy life above the new bakery in Brooklyn, this tremendous opportunity that could not be delayed. And he was so delighted with his good fortune in marrying her, so kind and attentive, so unexpectedly good-humored. Sometimes he brought her to tears with his jokes, that eventually she hadn't minded his heavy, exuberant love-making, and his sleeping body had become like a steady and reassuring rock by her side, when she thought she might die inside her abyss of loss. When she told him she was pregnant, he had actually cried with joy. And now here they were, a little family, nestled in their warm bed this frigid January morning. This was Olive's life. This was reality, and she would make the best of it. Lucy was making little cooing sounds now, looking up into her father's worshipful face in delight, and Olive reached over to tickle her tummy. And that was when it happened. Lucy's little baby lips curved into her very first smile.
"She smiles!"
Hans exclaimed. "She's smiling at you," said Olive. And in that moment, because he had made her daughter smile for the first time, Olive loved her husband. Hans lifted Lucy up in the air, laughing, and Lucy's newborn smile grew even wider. Her lips parted, and for a fragile instant, Olive thought she might laugh too. "Now, enough of that," Olive said. "She'll never go back to sleep."
"Ah, I am sorry."
He lowered Lucy to his lap, clucking and soothing, and Olive thought she heard a familiar voice next to her ear.
"He is a good father."
"Yes, he is," she whispered.
"What's that?"
asked Hans, turning to her. Her husband looked better by lamplight than daylight, even though his face was creased with sleep. The haggard pieces of his face smoothed out, and his pale blue eyes somehow took on a winsome shape. Olive leaned down and kissed his cheek. "Nothing," she said. "Just that you're a wonderful father."
"I am a lucky one, and God willing, we have many more, meine Frau. You give me a fine son next, eh? To take the bakery when we are old."
Olive's cheeks warmed. She reached for Lucy and drew the baby back into her arms. "Well, I'll do my best, I suppose. Come now, little angel, time for sleep." By the time Lucy was settled in the wooden cradle next to the bed, Hans was back asleep, snoring softly, and the only one left awake was Olive. And she was awake now. She was wide awake, alert to an almost painful sharpness, as restless as a field mouse. She sank into the chair before her dressing table and stared at her harried reflection in the plain wooden mirror, framed by the unadorned white plaster wall behind her. She hadn't had time to think about decorating. Their furniture was brown and simple and second-hand, the draperies hastily sewn and made over from her mother's old things. What a difference from her sumptuous surroundings a year ago, when she had lain with her lover beneath a beautiful wrought-iron skylight, and the rooms beneath her had been full of priceless furniture and exquisite art, when she had been immersed in rich and sinful love. Where are you now, Harry? Are you in some other woman's bed, keeping warm as I am? She closed her eyes and pictured this. Pictured Harry in bed with another girl, naked and entwined, his body moving, lavishing the same pleasure on this nameless rival that he had once lavished on Olive. The frenetic climax, the tranquil aftermath. And somehow it didn't hurt, this imagined scene, the way it once had. She was almost glad to think that Harry might have found some measure of fleeting joy, that he might in fact be finding joy at this exact instant. Harry was made for love. He was made for human happiness. Olive glanced at the cradle, where Lucy lay fast asleep, her head turned to one side and her mouth slack. Already she was getting so big. She had looked lost in that same cradle a month ago, and now she filled it. Before long she would move into the small room next to theirs, the one Olive was readying as a nursery. One of Hans's sisters had given them a bassinet the other day, and Hans had spent last Sunday afternoon carefully sanding and repainting an ancient chest of drawers he had found at a shop nearby. In the wake of the financial panic last spring, people were losing their jobs and moving on. You could get a good bargain if you knew where to look. Olive leaned down and tucked Lucy's swaddling blanket a little more snugly around her. As she bent over, the ruby necklace came free from beneath her nightgown and swung, glittering, into the faint glow of the lamplight. Olive sat back up and turned to the mirror. She hadn't taken the ruby necklace off, not ever. Not even on her wedding day. Not even on her wedding night. She had felt it burn against her skin as she consummated her marriage with her new husband, and she had grasped the stone in her hand when, blinded by the pain of labor, she needed comfort. Now she hardly noticed it was there. It had become a part of her, taken for granted the way she took her ears for granted. But now a year had passed since Harry had first fastened the chain around her neck. A year had passed, and Olive was a different person, leading a wholly different life above a bakery in Brooklyn. There was no place for rubies above a shop, was there? There was no last reckless hope that Harry would walk through the door one day and sweep her away. No hope that she would let him sweep her away in any case. She couldn't leave her husband now because of Lucy. And nothing in the world mattered more than Lucy. Olive gazed at her reflection a moment longer, the ruby bright against the white hollow of her neck, her hair dark and tired on her forehead. No longer a girl, but a wife and mother. Already the tiny maternal lines had sprung into place at the corners of her eyes. She was going to live and die above a Brooklyn bakery instead of inside an Italian villa. And the Olive who had existed for a few precious moments inside the 7th-floor attic of the Pratt mansion was now only a memory, entombed in a few drawings that had not become a glorious mural after all. When she was ready, she lifted her arms and reached behind her neck. The clasp was stiff, but she persevered, until at last the two ends came away in her hands. She opened the small wooden box on the dressing table that held her few pieces of jewelry, and she laid the necklace carefully inside. When Lucy was older, Olive decided she would give the ruby to her daughter. She would say it was a legacy from Olive's father, a man whom Lucy would never know. And, in a way, that was the truth. Chapter 30. July 1920. Lucy. Why would you think Harry Pratt was your father? Lucy looked at John in confusion. I know you said your father changed his name, but you knew your father, she had almost said. John knew who his father had become. He didn't know who he had been. Lucy felt like the Red Queen in Alice's Adventures in Wonderland, believing 5 impossible things before breakfast. Harry Pratt, whom she'd believed to be her father, wasn't. Her mother, whom she'd always believed was a lady, had been a servant in this house. And John, who had come from a thoroughly different world, a world away, might be Harry Pratt's son. This is his work. I would know it anywhere. Bemusedly, John looked at the sketch in his hands and then up at Lucy. And they're all signed H. Pratt. Lucy dropped the detective's report on the top of the Chinese cabinet. So, this is really your house? No, said John, shuffling the papers together. My home is in Charleston. But this does explain why Prunella Pratt was selling my father's paintings. Lucy looked at him in surprise. She's your aunt. Do you realize Prunella Pratt is your aunt? Not hers. And for that, she could be grateful. It meant her father, her warm, loving father, was hers. There was no shadow marring her love for him or his for her. And if it meant that she didn't belong to the contentious, quarreling Pratts, that was even better, no matter how much she might once have believed their world preferable to hers. John rose gracefully to his feet, the sheaf of drawings in his hands. No. My father ran away from all that, with reason, I'm guessing. And maybe part of that reason was Prunella. Lucy bit her lip. I think I can tell you the reason. There is nothing for me here without you. She took a step forward and then stopped, her attention arrested by the drawing John was holding. That's my necklace. And my mother. But it was her mother as Lucy had never seen her, never imagined she could look. Her long hair was free, falling down her bare back. Lucy's mother, always so carefully buttoned, boned, and stayed, was naked. Her nudity ought to have been jarring, but it was overshadowed by the expression on her face, an expression of transcendent joy. She was beautiful, said John quietly. Lucy had never realized that before. Her mother was handsome, true, but she had so drawn into herself that it rendered her looks unremarkable, part of the background, like a murky wallpaper. She was happy, Lucy murmured, and with it came a spark of anger. Why had her mother never looked like that for her? Because all her happiness had left with Harry Pratt. It took Lucy a moment to find her tongue. When did your father go south?
He left New York in January of 1893, said John promptly. That was part of family legend. His expression turned wry. I just never imagined him leaving anything quite like this.
He left because of my mother. Lucy's throat felt very dry. I found a letter in the wall. There's a hidey hole behind the bricks. He says he can't live here without her. John set the drawings gently down on top of the cabinet.
Why did she leave him? I take it she did leave him.
I don't know, said Lucy despairingly. She never told me. She wished now that they had had that sort of closeness, that she could have asked her mother. Not only asked, but listened, without judgment. At the time, no. Lucy could see why her mother had never told her. She had been too much her father's daughter. She would have been furious to know that her mother had betrayed her father, even in thought. I'm ready to listen now. But her mother wasn't there to tell.
Well, said John, I, for one, am grateful.
Lucy cast him a startled look. That my mother broke your father's heart? John took Lucy's cold hands in his own.
Without that, I wouldn't be here. And neither would you.
Something about the way he looked at her made the color rise in her cheeks.
Whatever they may have suffered, whatever wrongs they may have done each other, we're here now.
All of this. John's gesture encompassed the pile of sketches, the tattered chaise longue, the bright sunshine dappling the sheepskin rug.
It brought me to you, and you to me.
There was a dark power in his words, an unmistakable invitation that made Lucy's collar suddenly feel too tight, the fine linen of her blouse heavy against her heated skin. This, she realized. This was what her mother had felt for Harry Pratt, this irresistible pull, the longing for skin on skin here in this quiet room, where the sounds of the city were dull and dim far below, alone in the dusty sunshine, rainbows sparkling around them, the room encasing them like a jewel box. What would they say to see us here? Lucy's voice sounded rusty to her ears. There was only a foot of space between them, so little space. All it would take would be one step, one movement.
They would most likely tell us to use our time more wisely than they did,
said John raggedly. But he made no move toward her, just gazed and gazed, with a look of almost painful longing on his face.
It's at times like this, he said softly, that I wish I had inherited my father's talent.
I would give anything to be able to draw you, there on the hearthrug like that. Like this? Feeling bold, Lucy undid one of the buttons on her blouse. John drew in a deep, shuddering breath, his eyes riveted to her fingers on the button.
Just like that.
And this? Lucy felt a surge of power as she undid another button and watched him swallow hard, his hands clenched at his sides.
Lucy.
John spoke with difficulty. There were beads of sweat on his forehead.
Lucy, I don't
want to take advantage of me? John nodded wordlessly. It was strangely easy to take that step, to bridge the distance between them. Lucy cradled his chin in her hands, feeling the unfamiliar prickle of stubble against her palms, breathing in the smell of soap and leather, good, clean smells, John smells. "I love you," Lucy said quietly. "I never thought I'd say it, but it's true. I can't imagine loving anyone as I love you. Whatever else she might have said was lost, as, with a low sound deep in his throat, John's arms clamped tight around her, his lips closing over hers with a fervent passion that said more than words just how he felt. "I love you," he whispered against her ear, her cheek, her jaw. "I love you, I love you." The world spun dizzily around her. All time reduced to that small square room, to the space between John's arms, to the feel of his lips on her neck, her breast, his hands in her hair, the muscles in his back moving beneath her palms as she wrenched his shirt free of his trousers, slid her hands up in the space beneath the fabric, skin to skin at last, marveling in the new sensations, the feel of him, the closeness of him. Hers. He was hers, and she was his, forever and ever and ever. Lucy knew it as surely as she knew her name, knew the goodness of him, the rightness of what they were doing, a generation delayed. Whatever her mother and Harry Pratt had lost, she and John had gained, and she would hold on to it, Lucy thought fiercely, digging her fingers into John's back, the pressure of his chest against hers driving the ruby pendant against her breast. Her blouse fell from her shoulders. Her skirt slithered to the floor, leaving only her slip, silky against her legs. "Lucy," John breathed against her ear, and Lucy wrapped her arms around his neck, determined never to let him go. Her hip bumped the Chinese chest, and papers fluttered to the floor around them like so much confetti. Harry Pratt's letter, her mother with the ruby pendant and little else, the Pinkerton report, all meaningless now, just so much paper. "Lucy. Lucy." It took Lucy a moment to realize that John's tone had changed. He pulled away from her, his breath coming hard. "Before we go any further, there's something you should know." His hair was disarranged, his color high, his shirt half undone, revealing a tanned chest covered with dark hair. He looked, thought Lucy giddily, like a man who had been thoroughly ravished. "If it's the birds and the bees, Sissy Romich told me all about that in junior high." Lucy put a hand to his chest, feeling his muscles contract beneath her touch, tracing her way up until she could feel the beating of his heart. Daringly, she said, "I could use some help with the practical application, though. I haven't... That is..." John touched a finger gently to her cheek. "I know," he said, and took a step back, away from her. "But that doesn't matter. Why wait when... well, you know..." Lucy met his eyes frankly as she said it, even though she could feel herself blushing. Lucy Young, known as the girl who wouldn't. But with John, it felt right. Fumbling for the right words, Lucy rested her hands against his chest. "We're going to be together forever. What's a week more or less? If there are, well, consequences, well, it won't be that much time for people to count on their fingers." John pressed his eyes shut, as though he were in pain. "There's something else you need to know. Lucy, when I asked you to come to Charleston with me, well, there's a complication." His voice sounded so grim. Lucy froze, her hands on his chest. A complication. It doesn't change how I feel about you, John said quickly, or that I want us to be together, married, eventually. Eventually? Lucy took a step back to see him better. But his dark face gave nothing away, nothing but a grim resignation that set alarm coursing through her. Is it your mother? Your sister? John gave a brief, unhappy laugh. I wish it were. No, it's my wife. Your wife? Lucy felt like she was falling, tumbling down, down, down. She reached out a hand to steady herself, the corner of the Chinese chest digging into her palm. Your wife? You're married? Please, please, let her have misheard, have misunderstood. But John Ravenel was hanging his dark head, his expression somewhere between misery and shame. Just before the war. Annabelle was one of my sister's friends. We'd gone out a time or two, nothing serious, but when the war came, I was so terrified at the thought of marching off into the unknown that, well, we seized the day, as they say. When Annabelle realized she was expecting, there was only one thing to be done. The ruby pendant was cold and heavy between Lucy's bare breasts. The flesh on her arms prickled. She felt suddenly cold, cold, and very bare. You have a child. Lucy wrapped her arms around herself, feeling as though she were caught in a nightmare, one of those nightmares where you find yourself naked in a public place, hearing horrible and impossible things. Slowly, John nodded. A son, Cooper. He's just turned 2. Beneath the sheepishness, there was no mistaking the pride in his voice. He's a bright boy, smart as a whip. But Annabelle and I, you have to understand, there's nothing there, just Cooper. We lead separate lives. Lucy just stared at him, horror freezing her tongue. He was a married man, and he had never told her. He had let her go on believing he was free. John was still speaking. It will take a bit to get a divorce, but you wanted me to be your mistress. You were going to make me your mistress, as her mother had been Harry Pratt's. From the floor, her mother's youthful face gazed up at her in silent reproach. Not my mistress, said John rapidly, reached for her. Lucy yanked away. My wife. Just as soon as Annabelle agrees to a divorce. The word was ugly on Lucy's tongue. She was shaking uncontrollably. One thing to go knowingly into an affair, but it was quite another to be tricked into it, to be made the other woman against one's will. If she had known... Lucy shied away from the thought. She hadn't. John hadn't told her. Do you really think I would take your son's mother away from him? John looked slightly sheepish. It's not as though you'd be taking her away from him. And Annabelle has a flame of her own. She's been discreet about it, but I don't think she'd be pining over me. Lucy just shook her head, feeling as though she'd been bludgeoned. So 2 wrongs make it right? No. His voice was so warm, so sincere, that Lucy could feel herself weakening, could feel herself leaning toward him, yearning for the comfort of his arms, the press of his lips against the top of her head. For a brief, treacherous moment, she allowed herself the indulgence of letting his hands close around her elbows, sliding up her arms, let herself sway toward him as he said, in his low, deep drawl, "We're right, Lucy. You know that as well as I." Wordlessly, Lucy shook her head, morality warring with desire. She wanted to believe him, wanted him, more than she had wanted anything. And what if your Annabelle doesn't want a divorce? There was a horrible silence. But Annabelle does. She told me. That was all he needed to say. Her grandmother would disown her. Her family would never see her. Nice people wouldn't know them. But Lucy didn't care. She would have John, and that was all that mattered. And she would do her very best to be the best stepmother to Cooper that anyone could possibly be. She could picture him, a little boy with John's eyes as smart as a whip. But John didn't say that. And what she saw in his face frightened her. She doesn't, does she? Lucy whispered. Your Annabelle, she doesn't want a divorce. We'll work something out, said John curtly. Work out what? With jerky fingers, Lucy scooped up her blouse from the floor. A miserable court battle? Your little boy torn to bits? I won't, John. I won't be party to that. You made your choice. Lucy choked on something between a laugh and a sob. Till death do you part. But that was before I knew you. John reached for her, desperation in every line of his body. Lucy dodged his hands, her eyes so blurred with tears she could hardly see. You don't get a do-over. She yanked her blouse up over her shoulders, buttoning it with shaking fingers. Go back to Charleston, John. Go back to your wife. Lucy. She heard his voice from behind her through a fog. Lucy, I can't live without you. Lucy pressed a hand to her lips. Oh, God, what a time to discover each other. You're just going to have to, won't you? She said, and yanked at the door, struggling with the warped boards, the stiff knob. Ever the gentleman, John reached around her, opening the door for her. It was a good thing he was behind her. The gesture sent a fresh burst of pain through Lucy. Without turning her head, she said unevenly, Why didn't you tell me? She could see John's arm tremble slightly beneath the weight of the heavy door. Softly he said, Because I was afraid I might lose you. She couldn't look at him. If she did, she would lose all control. In a strangled voice, Lucy said, I'm sure Matron will see you out. And then, before she could weaken, because I don't want to see you. Ever again. She bolted down the stairs, her footsteps echoing on the same treads her mother had taken those many years ago, leaving John behind her, a dark shadow in the doorway of the forgotten room. She made it down to her own room, her back against the flimsy panes of the door before she broke down entirely, sobbing with great, gulping, silent sobs, her entire body racked with pain. John must have left, she supposed. She didn't know, she didn't want to know. It was easier to hate him, to blame him, when she was away from him. One look, one soft word, and she would be in his arms. And then what? Maybe what John said was true. Maybe there was no love lost between him and his Annabelle. But there was his son, Cooper. How could she do that to the boy? John might think it would all work out in the end, but Lucy knew better. And John, in the fatigue of despair, she knew the truth of it. John would come to hate her in the end. His love weakened by the constant stresses of their situation, being pulled between his lover and his son. No. Unsteadily, Lucy pushed herself to her feet. Her skirt was crumpled, her hair disarranged. Mechanically, she dragged herself to the rickety chest that passed as a dressing table. Day had turned to dusk without her being aware. She had to squint to see herself as she pulled a comb through her hair, shoving the ruby pendant away, deep down in the bottom of a drawer. A fresh blouse, a clean skirt. Lucy moved as stiffly as a carousel horse, bobbing up and down on its appointed track. She knew where she needed to go, what she needed to do. Her legs felt detached, rubbery, as they covered the few blocks from Stornoway House to the apartment building on Park Avenue. She waited as the doorman buzzed upstairs. Time didn't seem to matter. She was wrapped in the cool calm of despair, impervious to the speculative glance of the elevator man, as the wood-paneled box lifted her up to a private landing, a marble floor, a large Chinese vase serving as an umbrella stand. Lucy barely noticed any of this. Her eyes were on the man standing in the doorway. He had shaved since the morning, although his eyes still bore the signs of sleeplessness. After John, he seemed somehow insubstantial. His fair hair too light, his eyes too pale, his body too thin. But the smile that lit his eyes on seeing her was completely genuine.
"Lucy! Dare I hope? That is, would you like to come in?"
Lucy felt a little of the hard knot in her chest begin to dissolve, just a little. "Philip," she said, and was surprised at how steady her voice sounded. "Philip, I will marry you."
"Well, then,"
said Philip Schuyler, the corners of his eyes crinkling as he beamed at her.
"You'd better come in, then, hadn't you?" "Aren't you fancy?"
Dottie leaned against the open doorway of the washroom, a pair of damp stockings draped over her arm. "Thank you." Calmly, Lucy unpinned the veil that sat so smoothly over her dark hair. Valenciennes, lace, masses of it. With only one day left before the wedding, it seemed sensible to practice pinning the veil. The mirror in the washroom much larger than the sliver of mirror in Lucy's attic room. It belonged to my fiancé's stepmother. Prunella Pratt Schuyler, with much sniffing and disapproval, had eventually lent her countenance and veil to the mésalliance between her stepson and his secretary. Not, Lucy was sure, out of any goodness of her heart, but because she had several large bills that needed settling. After a moment of hesitation, Philip had admitted that Prunella's goodwill had been bought with a large check.
"You don't mind wearing her veil, do you?" he'd asked. "She's a viper, but it's good lace."
That, Lucy reminded herself firmly, was part of what she respected about Philip. For all his veneer of flippant charm, when it came down to it, he was as honest as they came. He didn't lie to her.
"I suppose I'll read about the wedding in the society pages, then," said Dottie stridently.
Lucy folded the yards of lace neatly over her arm. "I suppose you will," she said equably, and stood, politely expectant, until the other woman reluctantly moved out of her way. There were, Lucy thought wryly, benefits to being a Schuyler, or almost a Schuyler. Dottie might sneer, but she already treated Lucy differently. They all did. Lucy's attic room felt empty, her belongings already in boxes, only her wedding dress left to hang in state behind the curtain on the wall, her nightdress lying across the foot of the bed. One more night in Stornoway House, and then she would be gone forever. There would be no more Lucy Young, only Mrs. Philip Schuyler. Lucy shut the door of her room firmly behind her, shutting out the inquisitive stares of the other residents. She was their Cinderella story, and they were half envious, half excited. If Lucy could catch a Schuyler, then surely there was hope for them? Lucy's lips twisted in a bitter smile. Did Cinderella wake up the next morning to find that the slipper pinched? She was trying hard to fit into Philip's world, to be a credit to him. But it wasn't always easy. She knew people talked and whispered, that everyone knew that she had been his secretary, that she had stolen him away from Dee Dee, my dear, yes, right under her nose, just like that. They spied and whispered, and Lucy had to work twice as hard to maintain her serene smile, to pretend that she didn't care. Panic gripped her. Could she really go through with this? If she loved Philip, that was the rub, wasn't it? She did love him, just not in the right way. She loved Philip enough to know she didn't love him enough. But she was too selfish and cowardly to let him go without him. There was a knock on the door. Dottie again, her small eyes avidly scanning the room, feasting on the pile of boxes, hat boxes, dress boxes, the rich tissue paper, and glossy boxes, so incongruous in the attic room, with its peeling paint and grimy windows. Lucy's new wardrobe, for her new life as Mrs. Philip Schuyler. "This came for you." Dottie thrust the envelope into Lucy's hands. Her eyes rested on a pile of boxes. "Are those from—" "Thank you." Lucy shut the door in her face, not caring how rude it must seem. Lucy bolted the door behind her, the paper burning like a brand in her hands. The blurred postmark read Charleston, South Carolina. The envelope tore as she opened it, her hands too quick, too eager. The letter was thick, pages of it written in a large, loose hand. A sprawling, easy-going writing, just like his walk, his voice, his movements. "Dearest Lucy," the letter began. Lucy could practically feel John there, in the room with her, standing behind her, his voice warm in her ear. "I know I have no right to write you, but when I saw the announcement of your engagement, I knew that I couldn't remain silent any longer." She ought to tear it up, but she hadn't the strength for it. She gulped down the words, greedy for them, dizzy with them. "Not too late. We can still be together. Love like this doesn't come along more than once in a lifetime. I love you, Lucy, always. Do you want to make the same mistake our parents made and live the rest of your life living a lie, knowing that love was there, in our grasp, and we threw it away?" Nights at the opera with Philip, smiling, pretending. Endless dinner parties. Always a little on her guard, even with her own fiancé. Trying so hard to pretend to be in love. Nights with John, curled up together, easy together, never having to try, speaking with touch as well as words, that effortless sense of homecoming, of never having to pretend, of being just what she was, because what she was would always be enough for him. Philip would recover, thought Lucy wildly, clinging to the sheets of John's letter. Prunella's veil crumpled, forgotten on the floor. There would be other women. He was so urbane, so charming. He thought he wanted Lucy. He called her his talisman, his touchstone, but it was nonsense, really. He could find someone from his own world, someone who would adore him as he deserved to be adored. Train tickets. How far to Charleston? When she got there, a hotel, she supposed. John hadn't said anything about where she would stay. He hadn't said anything about anything. Lucy fell back to earth with a thump. Slowly, she sat down on the bed and scanned the letter again, looking for the practicalities, the bread and butter of where and how they were to live. There was nothing about a divorce, nothing about Annabelle. Words of love, beautiful, yes, but utterly insubstantial, like dining on meringues and champagne and rising from the table with a headache and an aching stomach from eating sugar and air. Come to me, be with me, live with me, love me. Yes, yes, all that. But how? Lucy pressed her palms to her aching eyes, loving John and hating him all at the same time. Didn't he know that the knight was supposed to ride up and sweep the princess away? Not leave her to make her own way out of the castle? The dragons were still there, unslain. Annabel, Cooper, John's mother, his sister. Who was Annabel's friend? And then there was Philip. He'd defied his own people for her, whether she had wanted him to or not, thought Lucy shrewishly, and then chided herself for it. She'd run to Philip, had used him as a shield. She was as guilty as he. And, having used him as a shield, she could hardly abandon him now. Leave him at the altar to be whispered at by all those carping society matrons, those twittering friends of Dee Dee, who would be only too delighted to see him get his comeuppance for daring to choose a secretary over one of their own. Slowly, Lucy shuffled the pages of the letter back together. Just the touch of the paper felt like a forbidden indulgence. This paper that had touched John's hands, and now touched her own, a thin thread tying her to him. For a moment, Lucy's hands tightened on the pages. She wanted him still, loved him still. But the cost was too high. Do you want to make the same mistakes our parents made? Lucy waited until the sounds of activity had faded from the hallway. Everyone tucked away for the night. In the darkness, she felt her way down the hall to the abandoned staircase. It felt different at night, narrower, steeper. The stairs seemed to stretch on forever. The door, without John's strong hand, stuck before releasing with an audible creak. Moonlight poured through the skylight, turning the studio ebony and silver. There John had kissed her. There John had told her about his wife. He must have tidied after she left. The sketches were gone from the floor, the Chinese cabinet closed, the bricks in their place above the mantel. She half expected the mechanism to fail, but it didn't. When she pushed on the knight's shield, the bricks of the wall swung out as easily and soundlessly as though they had been waiting for her. Inside, she could see the sad remains of her mother's affair with Harry Pratt, the detective's report, his letter. Before she could think better of it, Lucy thrust John's letter on top of the pile. "I'm sorry, Mama," she murmured to the empty room. "Sometimes it just doesn't work out, does it?" Moonlight glinted off the knight's shield, just as it had in those long-ago evenings, off the mural in her room. There are consolations. From very far away, Lucy heard her mother's voice, felt her arm around her, sitting with her late at night in a small bed, a burrow away. Life doesn't always turn out the way you expect, but there are consolations. For a moment, Lucy thought she smelled lavender, heard the crinkle of her mother's long, starched skirts, but then it was gone, and the room, once again, was still, its secrets hidden beneath a silver wash of moonlight. "Goodbye," Lucy said to no one in particular, and, closing the door, went downstairs to face the dawn.
Chapter 31. September, 1944. Kate. Kate? I looked up when I realized that my name had been called more than twice. I blinked, trying to remember where I was and why, and with whom. Not that any of it mattered. Not that anything seemed to matter anymore. "Kate, would you like another cigarette?" I blinked again, trying to remember Dr. Greeley's first name, but couldn't. He'd probably be flattered if I called him doctor even outside the hospital, so I didn't try very hard to recall it. I tapped my fingers on the top of his desk, then took a final drag on my cigarette before stabbing it out in a glass ashtray. No, thank you. I should be getting back to my patients. His hand slid up my arm, and I didn't move away. Not that I had any intention of following through with any of his innuendos, but I simply didn't have the energy to push his hand off me, any more than I had the energy to eat or return Margie's calls. Dr. Greeley leaned toward me with what could only be described as a leer. It must be nice to have your room all to yourself again. I thought of the barren room at the top of the stairs, stripped again of its 2 extra beds, and all of the extraneous furniture that had once given it a cozy atmosphere and suppressed a shudder. Looking straight into his eyes, I said, I sleep with a surgical knife and I know how to use it. His hand left my arm, allowing me to step away. His lips pressed together. I'm a patient man, Kate, but even my patience has its limits. I opened the office door as I tried to think of something to say, and found myself staring into Nurse Hathaway's raised hand, her knuckles prepared to knock. She smiled brightly. I was hoping to find you in here. Nobody seemed to know where you'd gone. I smiled back at her, using my eyes to thank her for rescuing me again. Ever since Cooper had left, she'd been keeping a protective watch over me, which was a good thing since I seemed to be a lost wanderer in the dark, running into walls, unsure of which direction to move. The only thing I could rely on was my medical training, my confidence as a doctor, and my ability to heal and nurture patients. It consoled me, almost reassured me that I'd made the right decision in allowing Cooper out of my life. Almost. Nurse Hathaway, I said. I was just leaving. Perfect timing, then. You have a visitor. I felt something stir in my chest, and she must have seen something in my eyes, because her smile dimmed. It's Mrs. Prunella Schuyler. She says she's a relative. I looked at her in surprise. She's here? At the hospital? Yes. I brought her to the patient consulting office to give you some privacy if you wanted to chat. Should I bring up some tea? That would be lovely. She doesn't have time, Dr. Greeley said, looking at his watch. She has rounds in 20 minutes. Thanks for the reminder, I said, turning my back on him as I exited his office, and walked down the hall to the same stained-glass door of the office in which I'd sat when Margie had come to visit and tell me what she'd learned at the library about the Pratt family. She brought her maid, Nurse Hathaway whispered, so you won't be alone with her. I nodded my thanks, then pushed open the office door after a brief knock. Mona had left off her white apron and mob cap, but she was wearing the same black dress of shiny and worn material. She smiled and stood as I entered. I told the missus that it would be the polite thing to do to give you some advance warning, but she'd have none of it. Prunella scowled at the maid as she plucked off her gloves, finger by finger. That is enough, Mona. You are excused for the next 15 minutes. I held the door open to let the maid pass. Go downstairs to the lobby. The nurse can show you where the coffee is, and there are some chairs down there, too. Prunella was dressed all in black, a crow against the crimson-red upholstery of the small couch. A fox stole stared at me from its perch around her shoulders. She pressed a starched white linen handkerchief against her nose. It is an abomination to see all these people in my father's mansion. He must be rolling over in his grave. She said the word people with the same inflection I imagined she'd use for the word rubbish. This is a pleasant surprise, Aunt Prunella. I didn't expect to see you again so soon. She sniffed. I grew tired of waiting for you to visit me. I might be dead before you made time for me, so I'm here instead. And I have something I need to tell you. And you, I said. But first, would you like a tour around the house to show you how it's all changed since you lived here? Good heavens, no. It is quite enough to simply smell the changes from this room. Without waiting for her to grant me permission, I sat down on a chair opposite. Aunt Prunella, were you aware of a hidden compartment behind a brick in the attic fireplace? Her eyes widened, but she shook her head. No. Harry used the attic as his studio and never allowed me up there, and certainly never showed me any secret compartment. Of course, I did manage to sneak up there from time to see what he was up to, and saw all of his canvases stacked along the wall. I inherited them, you know. Only because they weren't considered worth anything to auction. She said this last softly, as if musing to herself. Glancing back at me, she said, "Why do you ask?" I found some letters hidden there, presumably by Harry, and a letter to my mother, Lucy, Olive's daughter. I looked at her closely, but she never flinched, either from good breeding or because she already knew. And an engagement ring. I almost added, but didn't. The pain and loss were still too fresh and real to me. I'd tell her one day, just not today. Was there anything in there to tell us what happened to Harry? She asked, leaning slightly forward. Not exactly, but a patient here, Captain Cooper Ravenal, and I stumbled upon some information quite by accident. We discovered that after Olive married my grandfather, Harry changed his name to Augustus Ravenel. Her eyes brightened with recognition. Augustus. My father's middle name was Augustus, you know. And my brother, the eldest of the twins, was called Gus. What happened to him? I asked, immediately wishing I hadn't when I saw the color slip from her face. He died in a barroom brawl. She shook her head in distaste. He died right before Harry left. It was all quite unsavory. She pressed her handkerchief to her lips as if wiping away a stain. Do you know what happened after Harry left New York? Just the basics, really. After a stint in Cuba, he moved to Charleston, where he became a renowned painter. He even had a few exhibits here in New York that my mother brought me to as a child, although at the time, I never realized that Harry and Augustus were the same man. I paused, watching as Prunella clenched and unclenched her fist on top of her cane. Captain Ravenel is Harry's grandson. Her eyes glowed with a dim light. Is Captain Ravenel still here? I would like to meet him, the last remaining Pratt. I swallowed, pressing back the tears that threatened every time I thought of him. No. He was discharged last month and went back home to Charleston. He's getting married in November. She watched me closely, as if I'd given too much away, then relaxed back against the sofa, her face softening. So Harry married and had children after all. Yes, but he never forgot about Olive, nor she him. I pulled the ruby necklace from inside my blouse. That's how I came to own this. And the small miniature that Harry painted of Olive wearing this necklace was passed down from Harry to his son John, and then to Cooper. Cooper showed it to me. Prunella examined the necklace carefully, then raised her eyes to meet mine. You look so much like her, you know. And so did your mother. I saw it when Philip brought Lucy to meet me that first time. That's how I knew that Olive hadn't disappeared, too. She was silent for a moment as I digested her words, understanding that she'd known all along the connection between Lucy and Olive. She continued. I never could determine how your mother managed to snare my stepson, although I was quite sure it had been deliberate. But I could never say anything because there was you. You were like the daughter I never had, so sweet and full of joy. I know I never showed it, but I always looked forward to your visits. It was the one bright spot in my rather bleak life. Her lips curled up in a semblance of a smile. Olive didn't steal the necklace, did she? She looked down at her hands, well-tended and soft. No. I was upset. Vengeful, I suppose. You see, I imagined myself in love with her father. Her gaze bore into me, but I didn't flinch. I knew she would tell me more if I showed her that I wasn't appalled by her confession, that I wasn't there to judge her. But he rejected me for another. Not that I could blame him. I was a spoiled girl who knew nothing of love. Of course he rejected me. But I was angry, unused to anybody telling me no. And when I saw that necklace on Olive, I couldn't believe that my brother would have given a maid, something so valuable, regardless of where it had come from. What do you mean? You don't know that part of the story? I shook my head. I might not have won the affections of Olive's father, but someone else had. You see, the necklace had been a gift from my mother's lover. She paused. Olive's father. I stood, too stunned to continue sitting still. But why did Olive come to the mansion to work? I assumed she was educated, being an architect's daughter. Surely she had other options than being a maid in the mansion her father had designed and working for his lover. Revenge, dear. Simple revenge. She wanted to ruin my father. But I was on to her and her plans. She would never be one of us. Her father was an elevated tradesman, after all. I began pacing the small room, wishing Cooper were here so I could tell him everything. But he wasn't. He was back in Charleston, planning for his wedding to Caroline in less than 2 months. So, you figured out who Olive was, and you must have threatened to tell Harry if she didn't leave. That's what you meant when you told me that you wished to see Harry again, to apologize for something awful you'd done to him. All my energy disappeared as I thought of how such a tiny thing as a lie could be like a pebble tossed in a pond, its ripples felt for decades. I collapsed back into my chair. Is that what you came to tell me? She raised a regal eyebrow. Partly. You will find, dear Kate, that as one gets older, one tends to want to make amends, to fix old wrongs. Admitting my part in the Harry and Olive saga was just one of my sins for which I needed to atone. I am sure I will think of more. But mostly I wanted to pass on a piece of advice I wish somebody had told me when I was your age. It would have saved me quite a bit of heartache. Not that I would have listened, of course, but you're a woman, Kate, much smarter than I was. Which is why I have hopes that you will take my advice to heart. To my surprise, she leaned her cane against the wall and reached out for my hands. I hesitated for just a moment before placing mine in hers. Her skin was cool and papery, as brittle as an autumn leaf. Follow your heart. If you put your heart second and always follow your head, you will end up like me. Disappointment and regret are very lonely bedfellows. There was a brief tap on the door, and Mona popped her head through the opening. Are we ready yet, Mrs. Schuyler? You took your time, didn't you? I hope you got your fill of coffee and cake, because you're not getting any when we get home. Mona's smile never dimmed as she picked up the cane and then helped Prunella stand. I kissed Prunella's cheek. Thank you, I said, for everything. Yes, well, next time do not make me come all the way out here to see you. You know where I live. And when your captain comes to visit you again, I want to meet him. I opened my mouth to protest, but she and Mona were already bustling out of the room and toward the elevator. I said goodbye and watched them leave, Prunella staring straight ahead as if she were still the princess of the mansion. I sat down in my chair again and stared at the wall for a long moment. Disappointment and regret. Could it be that in my desperation to avoid both, I'd inadvertently embraced them, heading down the same path as Olive and Lucy? And Prunella. Had nobody learned anything? I closed my eyes as my world shifted beneath my feet, and something that felt like hope fluttered in my chest. Standing, I made my way out of the office, my feet confident of their direction for the first time in weeks. September 1944. The reception desk nurse scowled at me as she held her hand over the telephone's receiver. "Dr. Schuyler, may I remind you that this phone is not intended for personal use?" I resisted the urge to grab it from her and instead smiled. "I know, and I do apologize, but it must be an emergency for my friend to be calling me." "Let's just hope it is. I would hate to report you to Dr. Greeley." "Yes, let's hope it's an emergency." My sarcasm went unappreciated as the nurse reluctantly handed me the phone, mouthing the words, "Be quick." "Margie, is everything all right?" "Everything's fine, but we're absolutely swamped here and 2 co-workers are out sick, so I'm it. I can't meet you at the park today for lunch." I felt more disappointed than I should. Margie had been my champion over the last month. She'd helped me write the first letter to Cooper, telling him I'd had a change of heart. She'd come up with the idea of using hospital stationery, so if anyone else found the letter, they would think it was official hospital business and not be tempted to open it. I'd written 3 letters, each one more revealing than the last, each addressed to his family home on Trad Street, where he'd grown up and where he now lived with his widowed mother. Each week without a reply had left me more and more despondent, and I'd come to rely on Margie to keep my hopes and spirits up. But doubt had begun to splinter my initial resolution, each day seeming to dawn darker and darker. Disappointment and regret. At first, Prunella's words had been my motivation, but as the weeks dragged on, I began to see them as my destiny. I tried to put a smile in my voice. "I understand. Maybe Friday?" "We'll see, but I still think you should go today. It's beautiful outside and the leaves in the park have started to turn. Sit on our usual bench and pretend I'm there. I promise you'll feel better once you get some sun on your face." "Sure," I said. "Maybe I will." "Do it," Margie commanded. "Let me play doctor for once." The nurse tapped her watch with exaggerated movements. "I've got to go. I'll call you." The phone was ripped from my grasp before I could say goodbye. I retrieved my lunch pail and pulled on a sweater before leaving the building. Margie was right. The weather had shed the heat and humidity of summer, allowing the first hint of autumn in the air. A crisp bite to the breeze that drifted from the park as I crossed Fifth Avenue. I felt marginally better when I found our bench empty and sat down, turning my face toward the sun. For a moment, I could even forget the heaviness in my heart. But only for a moment. From the corner of my eye, I saw somebody approaching, but I didn't turn my head, expecting them to pass by. I closed my eyes, enjoying the warmth of the sun, and didn't open them even as I felt someone sit down on the other end of the bench. I'd grown up in the city and had learned to keep to myself, to not acknowledge strangers, even one sitting on the same bench. I opened my eyes and focused on undoing the clasps on my lunch pail. "Growing up in South Carolina, I was told that Yankee women all fell from the ugly tree, hitting each branch on their way down. But then I met you and learned that couldn't possibly be true." I stared hard at the smooth metal of my pail, wondering if I was dreaming, and if I looked at the opposite end of the bench, there would be no one there. But there was only one way to find out. Slowly, I turned my head. Cooper, in civilian clothes, sat back on the bench. One long leg casually crossed over the other, an elbow propped on the bench's back. His fedora was pushed back on his forehead so I could see his eyes. "Hello, Kate." Forgetting my lunch pail on my lap, I stood, barely noticing the clatter it made as it hit the ground, my apple rolling to my feet. He stood too, leaving his fedora on the bench so I could see his dark hair, longer now, curling slightly around his ears. "What are you doing here?" I didn't like the way that sounded, but I couldn't think of anything else to say. He grinned. "Margie told me you'd be here." I shook my head. That's not what I meant. Why are you here in New York? Because I read your letters. All of them. I would have come sooner, but I had business to take care of. Caroline? He nodded. It's over. It was over even before I received your first letter. I told her I couldn't marry another woman, knowing I loved someone else. Even if that woman said she didn't love me, and I thought I'd never see her again. He paused, allowing his words to sink in. I allowed her to end the engagement to save her dignity. She's already seeing someone else. I took a step forward. There's so much I need to tell you. Not yet, he said, crossing the space between us and wrapping me in his arms. His kiss was new yet familiar, tender yet searching, and as my fingers threaded their way through his hair, it was as if the past ceased to exist, the present shimmering at our feet along with the fallen leaves. He held my head gently in his hands and pressed his forehead against mine. I love you, Kate. I don't want to live my life without you. We can live here or in Charleston or in Timbuktu. I don't care as long as we're together. You can be a doctor and I can own an art gallery anywhere. Just tell me that you want to be with me. Yes, I whispered. Then, yes, I shouted. I love you, Cooper Ravenel, and I will follow you to the ends of the earth. An elderly couple walked by, their hands clutched between them. The old man winked as they passed, giving his wife a peck on the cheek. Cooper's eyes became serious as he studied my face. I figured out why our parents didn't marry. There was something about that letter from my father to your mother that kept bothering me until I finally realized what it was. The date on the letter. He wrote it in 1920. I raised my eyebrows, wondering at the significance. My parents were married in 1917, and I was born in 1918. I felt my lips form a perfect O. Well, that certainly explains... My words stilled in my mouth as Cooper took my left hand and slipped a ring on my third finger. It was the ring bought for my grandmother, Olive, by the love of her life, and then forgotten for more than 50 years, hidden in the dark where no light could reach the heart of the brilliant stone and make it shine. It glittered on my finger in the bright sunshine, filled with promises and possibilities. Cooper kissed me again as a strong breeze rustled the leaves on the path, tumbling them around our feet and sending more raining down on us from the trees above. I looked up at the scuttling clouds in the autumn sky. Do you believe in fate? I asked. Maybe. Or perhaps the eternal persistence of love. His lips smiled against mine. Or maybe it was just Margie. She's very persuasive. I laughed, then stood on my toes to kiss him, this time my grateful arms holding him tightly. The sounds of the city swarmed around us as life marched on in this corner of the world, where glorious old mansions peered down into the streets, where nothing and everything changed, and where star-crossed lovers had finally found each other in a house on 69th Street, in a forgotten room at the top of the stairs.
Epilogue. New Year's Eve, 1893. Harry. To his surprise, the room looked exactly the same. Maybe the auction company hadn't bothered with the worthless scraps of furniture up here. Maybe nobody had even ventured up the stairs. There was the Chinese cabinet, probably still filled with his drawings. There was the easel, tilting slightly to one side. The battered chaise longue, still covered in disreputable old velvet. The sheepskin rug, right there in the middle of the floor, scattered with cushions. Well, he looked away from that. There was only so much nostalgia a fellow could take.
The thing was, he hadn't planned to come up here at all. He was going to let it all lie. If the newspapers were telling the truth, his father had gotten no more than he deserved, losing his fortune after the usual kind of Wall Street skullduggery, in which you tried to cover up your losses and ended up making them worse, dragging down a few thousand innocent middle-class shareholders and a bank or two along with you. Prunella, she could take care of herself, no doubt about that. Gus, poor bastard, Gus was dead. And Olive was still married. There was nothing an honorable man, and Harry liked to think he had a streak of decency left despite everything. Nothing he could do about that. She had a daughter. The Pinkerton man had sent him a note last month. The little girl had been born right above the bakery on the day after Thanksgiving, and they had named her Lucy. Harry had read the note and said a prayer for mother and daughter, and he had tossed the paper into the kitchen fire and watched it burn. He had closed his eyes and pictured Olive holding a baby girl to her breast, a baby girl who wasn't his, and his heart had hurt so much he thought maybe he was having an attack. Somebody save me. Maria had come in and asked him what in the name of the Holy Blessed Virgin he thought he was doing, staring into the fire like that. Nothing, he said. She said was there anything she could do, and he didn't say another word, just turned around and took her to bed right then and there. Kept her there most of the afternoon, and on Christmas Day she told him she was pregnant, Signor. Feliz Navidad. He was on the boat the next morning, heading to Miami and the train for New York. Now here he was, and nothing had changed. And everything had changed. Nobody lived here anymore. Nobody lay with somebody on that sheepskin rug and went to heaven. Nobody danced around the ballroom in silks and jewels. Nobody sketched anybody's beautiful, pale breasts in the lamplight. Nobody lived and loved and wept. Just furniture. And memories. God, the memories. He'd thought it would hurt, coming up here like this, looking around the place and thinking inevitably of everything that had happened. And sure enough, the memories had crashed down on him the way the waves hit the beach before a hurricane, one after the other, each one merging foamily into the next. Meeting Olive on the stairs, under the moon, sketching Olive. Olive in her black dress and white pinafore apron, ducking around a corner. Olive lying like a nymph on the old velvet cushions, Harry kneeling above her, Olive lifting her arms to draw him down, to wrap her legs around him and throw back her head as if she couldn't take any more, and then she did. Olive's extraordinary face, her huge doe eyes, her spirit, and her longing and her striving. Olive gone. That terrible morning, waking up alone, hearing the commotion. Poor stupid Gus, carried half dead into his room, looking for Olive, desperate for Olive, more and more desperate. Her room tidy, her trunk gone. "Looks like she's done a flyer," said the cook, shaking her head. And the housekeeper ran for the cabinet to count the silver. Painting frantically, waiting for news, because there was nothing else he could do but paint. Paint, damn it. Pour his heart out onto that damned wall. And when they found her, this was how he imagined that moment when she returned to him. He wouldn't say a word of recrimination, not a hint of reproach for breaking his heart. He would take her in his arms and show her the mural he'd made while she was gone. "This is for you, Olive. This is you, Olive. This is how much I love you, Olive Van Alen, daughter of my father's architect, the man who used to indulge my interest in drawing by showing me how to draft, and once told me about his brilliant daughter named Olive, the light of his life. Only you wouldn't trust me enough to tell me who you were. I waited and waited because I wanted you to trust me enough, but you never did. You ran off instead and married the first man you met. Hans, Jungmann. Harry patted his chest, reached into his jacket pocket, and produced that first report the Pinkerton agency had sent him. Jungmann's photograph lay inside. He'd looked at it only once, but it wasn't a face he could forget. Thick, round, smiling idiot head, shoulders like an ox, belly like Santa Claus. On the night of the 10th of January, a week and a half after Olive had risen from Harry's bed, well, such as it was, she'd let this fat German bastard roll on top of her and make her his wife. After a little practice, Jungmann looked like the type who needed a little practice. They'd made a baby together. That single blurred photograph had sent Harry flying down to Cuba and into the arms of so many women he couldn't actually remember them all, until he tired of promiscuity and settled into a kind of habit with beautiful Maria, who was kinder and more faithful than the rest, and also a very good cook. And now they had a baby, too. Estoy embarazada, señor. Merry Christmas, Harry. You're going to be a father. The old rush-seated chair still rested in its place near the easel. Harry sank down and leaned his forearms on his knees, staring at the folded letter in his hands. It was almost midnight now, and the year would be over. This unexpected year that had turned out so vitally different from the one he had imagined, as he lay in Olive's arms 12 months ago and drifted into a happy sleep. They were supposed to go to Italy. They were supposed to share a run-down set of rooms in Florence, or a shabby little villa in Fiesole. And this baby that Olive held to her breast was supposed to be his. He had actually bought the ring. He had planned it all out. He had meant to ask her to marry him just as the sun rose on the first day of the new year. What a romantic fellow, the old Harry Pratt. And this dream, it had been so close. A hair's breadth away, a few minutes on a clock, and Olive, who was perhaps a little less noble or a little more sleepy, and he would be the father of Olive's child instead of Maria's. Did Olive think about this too? Was she awake right now, as he was in some room above some bakery in Brooklyn? He closed his eyes, and he thought he could almost see her, sitting in a chair with a baby in her arms, and her fat German bastard husband snoring contentedly in the bed behind her. Except that for some reason, in this moment, sitting in this room stuffed with memories, while the same eternal moon poured through the skylight to pool on the floor before him, he felt no rancor toward this man. For the first time he felt no resentment for Hans Jungmann, or for the baby he had made with Olive, the girl who should have been Harry's daughter. His chest still hurt, but it was a warm kind of ache. And as he pictured the baby's tiny face and Olive's exhausted arms, the ache turned into something else, something fulsome and tender and unending. Forgiveness. Love. The inexplicable certainty that, in a way, this child did belong to him. That she and Olive belonged to him always, carried about in some chamber of his heart that would never close. Harry opened his eyes. The familiar room assembled again before him. What had happened here was gone, and he couldn't have it back. Maybe he'd just been lucky to have it at all, even for a few weeks. He turned his head to the wall that contained the fireplace. There was no fire, of course, but the ashes remained in a small and tired heap, hardened by the dampness of a year's neglect. His gaze rose to the mantel and to the bricks above it. During that first frantic week of 1893, he had slid the brick out of its place every day, sometimes twice a day, sometimes 3 times, hoping to find some message there from Olive. But the space remained empty and hopeless, and on that last day, when he had gathered up his paints and drawings, he hadn't even bothered to look.
Too mad at her, too mad at himself, too mad at God. Harry rose from his chair and walked toward the mantel. The brick slid out easily in his hand, just as it always had. A few motes of dust and mortar floated out into the air. He stuck his fingers inside and felt something hard and ridged against his fingertips. For a moment he closed his eyes and let his hand rest where it was. The way you might savor a rare glass of wine before taking the first sip, because you didn't want to rush these things. He'd learned that much from Olive, anyway. You didn't want to rush something that happened only once and was gone. He drew the object out. She had wrapped it in a square of old velvet. Harry stuck the envelope under his arm and unfurled the ends one by one, taking his time. A small folded note lay on top. He opened that first. His fingers shook a little. Take this in remembrance of one who will always love you. And his eyes filled with tears. Damn it. So that when he looked down at the miniature itself, he couldn't even see her. Couldn't see the rare and perfect details of her face, the expression in her eyes. But he didn't need to. He knew every brushstroke. He'd painted her himself, exactly as he wanted to remember her, almost as if he knew he would need it one day. Through the glass of the doors, or maybe it was the skylight, came a faint roar of delight. Dong, dong, sang the bell of a distant church spire. Fashionable St. James's, probably, where his sister had married her prey, that tall blonde man with the nice kid who always tagged along, hoping someone might give a damn. 1894. Time to move on. Harry draped the velvet square back over the miniature and the folded note, and he placed them carefully into his inside jacket pocket. In the cavity above the mantel, he placed the Pinkerton report, and then, after an instant's hesitation, the scribbled notes he'd written to Olive but never sent. Maybe she would stop by one day and find them, you never knew. He placed his two hands on the mantel and stood there a moment, contemplating the 3 terracotta squares, the crimson figure of St. George, sword raised in triumph to the sky, until he couldn't stand it anymore and turned to the corner of the room a few yards away. He'd meant to throw it in the fireplace, but his arm had been more forgiving, or more sensible, than his furious head, and the little box had fallen in among the canvases stacked to the right, well away from the danger of the coals. At the time he had thought about going to retrieve it, but instead he had gathered up his supplies and left the thing where it fell. Now, as he moved the wooden frames aside, he thought it would be a miracle if the box was still there. He'd spent far more than he should, for a man planning to support a wife and mother-in-law abroad. And how could a small fortune like that remain unmolested, no matter how obscure its location? But there it was, the little square box that had once contained all his earthly ambitions, wedged between a blank canvas and the plaster wall. He bent down and picked it up and rotated it between his fingers. The velvet was still soft and new. He didn't open it. He didn't think he could. He carried it to the fireplace and reached inside the cavity below St. George until his fingertips brushed against the wall, and he left the box there, at the very back, so you couldn't just see it there. You had to hunt for it. You had to want it badly. He replaced the brick, which went in a little more stiffly than it came out, and turned to look over the room one last time. In his haste, he hadn't taken everything. He'd left all his sketches of Olive in the Chinese cabinet, and all of his old painted canvases. Some of his paints and charcoals, too. Well, let them stay. Maybe the new owner would have some use for them. He walked briskly to the door and hurried down the stairs, refusing to linger over the place where he had seen Olive's face for the first time or that heavenly spot where he'd taken her against the wall because he, in the impatient lust of new love, couldn't possibly wait another second, and she, equally eager, had just about swallowed him up with her passion. He remembered resting against her afterward, listening to the beat of her heart, taking her breath into his lungs, and thinking that he was the luckiest man in the world, that you couldn't connect with a human being any more perfectly than that. And sure enough, he'd been right. When he came to the 5th floor landing, he paused. He had finished the mural in the middle of the night, the day before he'd received the letter from the Pinkerton agency, and he hadn't looked at it since. In fact, he had very nearly taken a bucket of turpentine and erased those naive and idealistic images from the face of the earth. He had been ashamed of them, ashamed of his own quixotic romanticism, his schoolboy illusions. And what he drew and painted in Cuba bore no resemblance to medieval allegory. He was ruthless now in his realism, unflinching, hard, clear-eyed. A different man. He wanted to show the truth. But a year had passed, and now he was curious. Had they kept the mural in place? Or had somebody painted it over? And if the mural was gone, then was the old Harry gone too? Was his past erased, and only the present remained? If this child of his, this new life he had created with Maria, in a paroxysm of grieved longing for another woman and another life, if this child came looking one day for his father's beginnings, would he find nothing at all? Harry put his hand on the door handle and pushed it open. He'd forgotten how beautiful it was, this magnificent column of space, soaring upward to the glass dome. Van Alen had shown him the drawings once, while it was all under construction, and the reality was even more breathtaking than he had imagined. The moonlight streamed downward, filling the air with silver, just enough light to see the steps and descend, foot by foot, to the 3rd floor. The mural was still there, as fresh as the day he had painted it, and smelling familiarly of that peculiar mixture of oil and plaster. He drew a sigh of relief, as if he'd just found proof that he was still alive. For some time he stood there, contemplating the lines, admiring one figure and criticizing another, the use of color, the clever way he'd refracted the light on the dragon's scales, creating a sense of otherworldly luminescence. Well, that was a nice touch, at least. His signature at the bottom, H. Pratt. God, what a boy he'd been. So proud of this pretty thing he'd created. The light began to fade as the moon moved overhead. Harry ran his finger over St. George, eternally poised on the brink of murder, and wondered if one day his own child would stand here and see what his father had once created. The man his father once was. And he would wonder, wouldn't he, what path had led Harry Pratt from this idealistic dream world on 69th Street to Cuba and Maria, and a life he had never expected to live. After a while he turned and went back up the stairs, retracing his path to the 7th floor, and the room that had lain forgotten for a year, steeping in dust and memories. He collected his remaining paints, his smock, a couple of old brushes that would have to do, and he went back downstairs and started to work. The end. We hope you have enjoyed this production of The Forgotten Room by Karen White, Beatriz Williams, and Lauren Willig, narrated by Morgan Hallett and Susan Bennett. Recorded Books offers a wide selection of bestsellers, classics, histories, and more, so look for us at your public library or on download sites online. And thank you for being a Recorded Books reader.